Respected dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen and dear students, good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you on this 10th Awanish Dev Memorial Lecture. Those we love can never be more than a thought away. For as long as there is a memory, they live in our hearts to stay. Awanish was a dear colleague, a friend to many and sadly missed. Today we are here for the 10th Awanish Dev Lecture. And amongst us, we have Mrs. Suparna Prasad Dev, wife of Awanish Dev. Many thanks, ma'am, for joining today in this lecture. To make the morning a blessed one, we will start today's proceeding with the Diya lighting ceremony. And I would like to call upon stage Mrs. Suparna Prasad, ma'am, please. Takuchi-san, please, sir, on this stage. And Mr. Rajiv Dubey, sir, Mr. S.Y. Siddiqui, Mr. Rajesh Uppal, Mr. S.V. Nathan, Father Marianus,
सर्वकालेषु सर्वदा वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकालेषु सर्वदा वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकालेषु सर्वदा वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकालेषु सर्वदा वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकालेषु सर्वदा वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वदा।
Thank you, sir. Please be seated. So, thank you everyone. I would once again like to welcome you all to the 10th Awanish Dev Memorial Lecture. Before we proceed further, I would like to thank all the thought leaders and academicians who had joined us for the past edition of the lecture. So this is the 10th one, and we had many sessions across the country, and it is because of support that we have been able to sail forth in our journey. So what we have done is we have made a small video of our journey so far, and I request the team to please start the AV. Can you switch off this front line?
Goodbyes are only for those who love with their eyes. Because for those who love with their soul and heart, there is no separation. People whom we love might indeed be gone from our sight, but they never leave our hearts. Let us all take a moment to remember a great soul, an amazing human being, whose legacy is etched into the minds of many, and whose life touched many lives. Mr. Awanish Dev. Born in 1962 in a middle-class household, with his father being a government employee and his mother a homemaker, Awanish was passionate about education, and so he excelled in his academics, both during his intermediate education and higher studies. His pursuit for a better life did not just end there. As he graduated, he felt the urge to contribute to the society. Owing to the same, Awanish graduated from the Xavier Institute of Social Service. Awanish began his professional career with Hindustan Aeronautics Limited in the year 1984, followed by a 5-year stint at Bharat Electronics Limited. Those were the days. He found a woman of his dreams, Suparna, and they tied the knot on 27th January 1995. The supportive husband was now also the loving and caring father of a beautiful boy, Abhyudit. An illustrious career continued and spanned through various organizations and led him to the Human Resource Department of Maruti Suzuki India Limited in June 2010. Awanish was a man of substance who ideally balanced his personal and professional life and was an absolute joy to be around. However, our personal and professional lives are constantly being hit by adversities. Most of the time, what happens is not under our control, but how we react to the situation, how we adapt, and how we act depends on us. The Maruti Suzuki XISS Awanish Dev Trust is the outcome of the aftermath of one of the biggest adversities in the Indian industrial landscape. The labor unrest of July 2012 shook up the industrial society. To stand with the severest strain without breaking is the real test of unity, and the entire HR fraternity stood the test of time by coming together to commemorate the memory of a very treasured member, Shri Awanish Dev. An MOU was signed between Maruti Suzuki and XISS on 26 November 2012 at New Delhi, and thereafter, a trust known as Maruti Suzuki XISS Awanish Dev Memorial Trust was formed in the memory of Shri Awanish Dev and was formally registered on 10th June 2013 at Ranchi. The vision and purpose of the trust is to establish and operate a scholarship scheme, and each year scholarships are offered to 3 meritorious students from XISS Ranchi HRM faculty, to organize and conduct an Awanish Dev Memorial Lecture each year, to establish, promote, set up, run, maintain, assist and train and vocational centers, organize lectures, activities and shows for the cause of HR and allied subjects. The Trust decided to organize a Awanish Dev Memorial Lecture on a rotational location principle every year. The vision behind the lectures is to build industrial relations capability by bringing together on a single unified platform leading academicians, HR thought leaders and HR student community to strengthen ER-IR capability building across the country. This initiative of Maruti Suzuki is jointly organized along with NHRDN since 2013. The first Awanish Dev Memorial Lecture was organized at XISS Ranchi in 2013 with the support of Maruti, XISS and NHRDN. This was attended by senior HR fraternity from across the country and students from various business schools. Shri Rameshwar Saha, father of late Shri Awanish Dev, Srimati Suparna Prasad, wife of late Shri Awanish Dev, and close relatives of late Shri Awanish Dev joined for the first memorial lecture to pay homage to their dearest family member. Dignitaries like Mr. K. Kumar, Chief Human Resource Officer, ICICI Bank, Mr. Manas Panda, Executive Director, HR, SAIL, Mr. Anand Naik, Executive Vice President, HR, ITC Limited, Mr. P. Dwarkanath, Advisor, Group Human Capital, Max India, and Father LX Ekta SJ, Director, XISS Ranchi, joined to speak about building world-class organizations. The second Awanish Dev Memorial Lecture was held at Delhi in 2014. Dignitaries like Mr. R.C. Bhargav, Chairman Maruti Suzuki India Limited, Mr. Kenichi Ayukawa, MD and CEO Maruti Suzuki India Limited, Padma Shri late Dr. Preetham Singh, Mr. S.Y. Siddiqui, COO, HR, IT, Finance and COSO, Maruti Suzuki India Limited, and other eminent members of the industry graced the occasion with their presence and spoke about industrial relations in the changing business environment.
Let us not put ourselves before others. Let others come before us. And I think if everybody does that, then everybody is going to benefit and we will become a much better society.
Moving on to the third lecture of the edition, which was held at Mumbai in 2015, it was witnessed by the stalwarts of the Indian industrial landscape, Mr. Rajiv Dubey, Group President Mahindra & Mahindra, Dr. Arvind Agarwal, Mr. Yogi Sriram and others. The deliberations of the lecture were unique and we arrived at various insights on repositioning industrial relations in the new India.
Industrial relations has to be given the stature of a critical business process. It has to enter into the business excellence models that many companies have.
The wheels of time turned and the industry again came together to stand in solidarity for the fourth Awanish Dev Memorial Lecture at Chennai in 2016. Mr. B. Sansanam, President of Flat Glass and Solar, Singrume, and Mr. S. Parthasarthi, Rane Group, gave the keynote address. Others celebrated members of the industry, such as Mr. Pramod Mahatme, deliberated about forecasting the ER challenges of 2020.
But more than anything else, digital will enable us to connect, collaborate with our employees deeply.
And the journey of thoughtful reflection continued with the fifth Memorial Lecture, which was held at Hyderabad in 2017. Valued members of the Indian industrial landscape like Mr. Satish Sharma, President APMEA, Apollo Tyres, Mr. Ashok Taneja, President Shriram Pistols and Rings Limited, and others graced the occasion with their presence and reflected about the real HR of IR.
HR and IR, to my mind, is going to converge even more, if not already. And it's again, the parts are going to become the whole, and the demand for IR specialists is going to grow.
The sixth Awanish Dev Memorial Lecture, which was held at Kolkata in 2018, saw the emergence of a very pertinent topic that was a cause of concern for the HR fraternity. Respected members of the industry like Mr. P. Dwarkanath, Non-Executive Chairman GlaxoSmithKline, Mr. R. Sridhar, Executive Vice President HR ITC Group, and others graced the occasion with their presence and mulled over realigning ER strategy for sustained manufacturing excellence.
HR professionals, please do not do something which is nice to do it, rather than it has got some purpose and it aligns with your business strategy.
The year 2019 saw policymakers debating on how to give an impetus to manufacturing in India and make India a global manufacturing hub. On the same line, the theme of the 7th Awanish Dev Memorial Lecture was held at Pune in 2019. respected members of the Indian industrial landscape like Mr. Manoj Kolhatkar, Managing Director, Gabriel India Limited, Mr. Nirmal Kumar Minda, CEO, UNO Minda Group, and others graced the occasion with their presence and contemplated over the theme Make in India through excellence in manufacturing and Industry 4.0.
Convert this Make in India to make quality in India. Reach to a level of excellence so that we can become globally competitive.
During the years 2020 and 2021, the entire world was plagued by COVID. The economic and social disruption caused by the pandemic is devastating. It underlined the importance of health and well-being and the need to understand contemporary global challenges. During the 8th lecture, luminaries like Mr. R.C. Bhargav, Chairman Maruti Suzuki, Mr. Kenichi Aikawa, MD and CEO Maruti Suzuki, Mr. T.V. Narendran, MD and CEO Tata Steel, Mr. S.Y. Siddiqui, Executive Advisor Maruti Suzuki, and others came together virtually and deliberated on the theme Building Progressive Employee Relations for Competitive Advantage. The 9th Awanish Dev Memorial Lecture was also held virtually. Mr. Suresh Narayanan, Chairman and MD, Nestle India Limited, Dr. Santrupta Mishra, CEO Birla Carbon, Director Birla Carbon, Mr. Rajesh Uppal, Member of Executive Board Maruti Suzuki India Limited, and many other eminent leaders deliberated on the topic Redefining ER Strategy with focus on employee well-being.
We lost Awanish on 18th July 2012 in a horrific incident of industrial violence. Through a career spanning 28 years, Awanish had worked for companies like HAL, BEL, Samtel, Minda and Maruti. In all his organizations, he was considered a man of courage and conviction. I am proud and blessed to have been part of his life for whatever time God had ordained for us. Losing Awanish in this manner taught me many life lessons. The most important one was the realization that each one of us suffer some measure of adversity in our lives. It is how you deal with it is what defines you. After this incident, I had a choice. I could choose to live a life of anger, resentment and bitterness, but instead I chose to let go and turn this ordeal into something positive. And hence the Awanish Dev Memorial Trust happened. Through the activities of the Trust, we are now honoring Awanish's memory in small and meaningful ways. I would also like to mention the empathy and commitment of Ayukawa-san, who takes time out from his busy schedule to visit us every year to pay homage to Awanish on 18th July. Although the pain of losing Awanish will never go away, but this simple gesture by Ayukawa-san helps me feel secure and connected to the Maruti family.
With his passion and perseverance, Awanish proved to be an inspiration for all those around him. He was someone who had the courage, tenacity, and the strength of character to preserve the cause of HR and remain by the side of his values till the end. The HR team truly misses his presence and the energy he brought along. He rests in our hearts and has our respect for the kind of person he was and the values he encompassed. Awanish Kumar Dev, you are and will always be truly missed.
Thank you. The memorial lecture is intended for HR fraternity to show solidarity and respect for our colleague who lost his life for the cause of HR. Thank you once again for becoming a part of this journey. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to announce the winners of the Awanish Dev Memorial Scholarship 2022. The purpose of this scholarship is to encourage competitiveness and learnings amongst HR specialization students of XISS Ranchi, which happens to be the alma mater of Shri Awanish Dev. We hope that the recipients of the scholarship will continue displaying outstanding intellect, character, leadership and commitment in all walks of life. To present the scholarship, I would like to call upon stage Mrs. Suparna Shah. Ma'am, please. Mr. Rajesh Uppal, MEB, Maruti Suzuki and Chairman of the Maruti Suzuki XISS Awanish Kumar Dev Memorial Trust, and I request Father Marianus to join on the stage to give the scholarship. And the scholarship winners are Shalini Banga. Shalini, can you come on the stage? A big round of applause for Shalini. Then Sudipta Dutta, a big round of applause for Sudipta. And Mr. Amit Kumar Paul, a big round of applause for Amit. Thank you. And I'll request Suparna ma'am, Uppal sir and Father Marianus to stay back. Students, you may please be seated. Thank you. So we have over the past 1 year put together all the key learnings from the 9 years of annual lecture. We believe that the experience sharing by senior HR thought leaders would be a great source of learning for HR and plant operation professionals. Hence, we are pleased that this year we are bringing out the compendium with the support of Zorba publication and Sage also. Before we officially launch the book, we would like to present a small AV depicting the major highlight of the book. Can you please share that small AV? Yes, sir. To come on the stage to launch the book. I request Siddiqui sir, Mr. Rajiv Dubey, Mr. S.V. Nathan, Mr. G.P. Rao, Mr. Kansi, sir, please. book will be available online on all the channels that you have, Flipkart, Amazon and many more. And this book is specifically designed for students, and all the people in human resource will be very beneficial. What we have done today is that we have also arranged the sale of this book in the reception, and the publishers have been kind enough to give it at a very discounted price. So those who are interested during the lunch time and all, you can get this book. Thank you everyone for the launch of this book. Thank you.
Respected seniors, colleagues, faculty members, students and my dear friends. A very pleasant good morning to all of you, and thank you so much for investing your time today on a working men's day. I am Raji, and today together we are going to share, learn and deliberate about the theme Future of Industrial Relations, Competitive Edge, Digitization and Transformation. To understand more about the breadth and the depth of the topic, basically the disruptions that herald the transformation of the entire systems of production, management and governance, I would like to briefly introduce and invite upon stage Mr. S.Y. Siddiqui, Executive Advisor of Maruti Suzuki, to set the context for today. Mr. Siddiqui is working directly with the Managing Director of Maruti Suzuki on future business strategy and people challenges. He is also heading the Maruti Suzuki Reality Business Vertical. Previously, he has worked as the Executive Director HR, Chief Operating Officer and Chief Mentor at Maruti Suzuki. A postgraduate in HRM, Mr. Siddiqui has a career track of around 40 years in HR. Welcome sir, may we have you on the stage please?
Respected Faculty Khan, Awanish Dev Chairman Panasonic India, my colleagues from the industry. We have a lot of students, so dear students, colleagues from Maruti Suzuki, very very we welcome you to this 10th late Awanish Dev Memorial Lecture. After last 2 years, because of COVID, we were virtual. This time we had this opportunity to come physically for this series of initiatives we started in 2013. Perhaps the key focus of this initiative in the memory of Awanish was that we developed HR professionals with thorough professional ER and IR capabilities. We create that humanness at the workplace so that it can lead in India to really look at this transition, big transformation of the social structure, and we arrive at a violence-free industrial workplace. That's the kind of broader objective with which we have started this initiative. At the time of, a kind of deliberation of what will be the best tribute to Awanish, perhaps leading companies, my counterpart of head of HR came together to Maruti, almost 24, 25 such professional friends, very eminent thought leaders in HR, and therefore this kind of concept was discussed at large, that perhaps what will be a sustained initiative to build employee relations and industrial relations capabilities in the country. When we look at manufacturing sector, when we look at auto component industry, when we look at MSMEs, we are also looking at services sector, where some kind of spark of conflict between employees and the kind of employers is already visible in the last 1 year. We also have been very privileged that we have received a kind of a very positive, very passionate, very natural response and cooperation from the HR fraternity. All senior HR thought leaders, you had a glimpse of most Indian top companies, multinationals. They were very, very forthcoming, willing to come and support this initiative. They have traveled to places like Ranchi, like Mumbai, Kolkata, Pune, Hyderabad, and they have been helping us on this cause. But we have also been lucky that apart from the head of HRs, we have also been inviting CEOs to have their kind of business view of the whole situation, and within that hold some perspective what will be the kind of value add from HR and IR. This time we have chosen this subject, future of industrial relations, as we are seeing around us post-COVID, this reboot recovery phase, the competitive edge which companies would like to maintain, but also the key factor of kind of digital disruption and maybe the need for a complete transformation. Tough, very easy to speak, but very tough to execute into making changes in corporate which have been existing for years. We have been also very lucky and privileged. Mr. P. Dwarkanath, who will not be able to join today first half, but second half will be joining us, has been part of the trust as a trustee. Mr. Suresh Tripathi, also now ex-Tata Steel, now Air India, is also a trustee. And Mr. G.P. Rao, who has been with us all through this journey, supporting us in the core team for taking this initiative forward every year. So our sincere thanks to all three of them. When I look at the context today for this deliberation, when we are looking at future of industrial relations, competitive edge, digitization and transformation, we are just coming out of this pandemic crisis. And we are looking at past 2.5 years, very challenging, very tough, a lot of anxiety. So now earlier we used to talk about the VUCA world. Now recently in some of our conferences, Psychology has been talking about the Bani world. And I think that shift is already creating a further turbulence. When we look at this pandemic, this crisis, unprecedented in the last 100 years, there was this massive hit to kind of personal well-being, health, maybe even second wave was very fatty. And we are also looking at this massive, huge hit to industry, trade and business, including the kind of economic problems. When we are looking at the past, one positive is that by default in this pandemic, digitization potential came for a better realization by corporates, including in our case model. To a great extent, perhaps today, business leaders will need to understand their changing environment. And they will have to look at, review and revisit their operating principles, maybe business structures, business strategies, processes. Same is true for human resources. That one realization is the first point of this context setting, which I thought that would be very apt for us to talk about. When we look at this kind of out-of-box thinking, breaking away from the conventional, looking at innovation, that will be part of life to come out of this economic turbulence to maintain a competitive edge. Maybe we are looking at this contours of maybe kind of emerging business environment, maybe Bani, what we are talking about. 3 or 4 variables in my mind come very, very clear that we have to pay attention to. The need for sharpening the competitive edge of our businesses will be the first such context. What we did last 5-7 years succeeded very well. There is no guarantee that the same structure, same strategy, same process will give us success over the next 5 years. So we have to do more. That is what I am calling sharpening the competitive edge. Maybe revisiting the business structures, maybe looking at processes and including technology, products and services. And maybe there will be a big need to align the employee population, including shop floor associates and the union, to this new way of thinking, aligning them to this new way of thinking. Maybe when we look at digitization, second variable in my mind very critical. Digital disruption has been talked about even pre-COVID, but I think more during this pandemic, the realization of this potential is that speed, reach, and maybe responsiveness, 3 big outcomes which can come out of digital if rightly customized and used in our business framework. Maybe we are looking at also possibilities of realigning the manpower plan post-digital with this reach and maybe with this responsiveness. So maybe 1,000 people can become 700 people or 500 people. So that potential we need to carefully assess. Maybe when we are looking at this kind of change, that is where the third factor transformation, people mindsets education, awareness, lot of focus on communication, perhaps will be the need. When we are looking at COVID, I think I have been hearing this word, the emergence of new normal, new normal, new normal. But very rarely I could understand from people, have you gone into detail what exactly is this new normal which we are talking about. I think we are looking at one factor, that employee health and well-being and safety suddenly in the last 2.5 years has become a top priority for top leadership in companies across sectors. In India, globally, something similar is happening. We are looking at this little, kind of phenomenon of digital giving us work from home during the COVID lockdowns and everything. But now, whether we come to work from office, work from factory, has to be reviewed in manufacturing sector, then what would be a best model? Maybe people are talking of hybrid, but then we'll have to really study and customize to different businesses, different corporates, how they are going to handle this new development, whether work from home, whether work from factory, work from office, what will be the balance, what will be the kind of alignment of HR policy processes. We are also looking at this need for flexibility into our conservative HR policy process. And somewhere perhaps we are also looking at the labor codes which are coming in, with this government trying to make it more investor-friendly kind of environment for India to attract investments. Maybe labor code on wages, which came first, 2019, yet to be implemented, but it is already there. Maybe chances are April 2023 will be the introduction. Second, so 2023 more codes came in for on IR, occupational health and safety, and industrial relations. How we are going to align to make the workplace, and Rajiv Dubey-san is also representing ILO, so perhaps there is a lot of influence from ILO coming into these labor codes. So somewhere that alignment will be one challenge as we go along. Last but not the least, I think the leadership DNA, what will be required in future, what will succeed in this kind of post-pandemic and this kind of economic governance situation. I think ethical based leadership, what we call the authentic leadership style, will be one such expectation from the larger employee population, especially the young millennials, the young people who are coming into the workforce. And India predominantly being a very, very young kind of country in that sense. We are also looking at maybe focus on vision quotient of leadership, where we can look at the future next 5 years, 7 years, 10 years. And we are looking at the emotional quotient of leadership, empathy, compassion, whether that will be the kind of shift which we can bring into our corporates. Also maybe top leadership's direct interface with human resources and industrial relations specifically, not to delegate industrial relations to lower levels. In some of the medium-sized companies where we have had a long HR study in the last 5 years, what outcomes we have seen is that HR is centralized, white collar, but IR is decentralized. Keep it away from me at the city level. Very, very risky. And that is one shift where we have perhaps the need. And we have got this wonderful experience at Maruti in the last roughly about 7-8 years, where we had this direct interface of the top leadership with the working population. That creates a very, very excellent, transparent, kind of process of making people align to the vision and direction of the company, of the business, challenges, industry performance, financial performance. Everything is transparently discussed. And maybe we are looking at very high focus and communication on listening leadership. Leaders always would like to talk, but I think the shift is coming into leaders having the capability or the ability to listen to them. This listening leadership is going to be one very, very important and critical aspect of the new DNA of leadership. We are also looking at maybe a kind of a work environment which is the responsibility of the company or the top management with equity principle, where opportunity for growth and sharing success is equally distributed in the company, the equity principle. And we are also looking at a culture which is high performance to maintain the sharp competitive edge. Maybe we are also looking at, last but not the least, a work environment, a work culture which is fair and which is also firm. Because in the Indian context, what we have seen last 40 years, that there are three models of industrial relations. One model, which is ignorance model, where many companies do not even understand the significance or the criticality of ER or IR. And second one, most popular, rather seen everywhere, is compromise model. You keep on compromising to maintain peace, to buy peace, somehow run operations and get the business going. Very, very dangerous. The third model, rare, but most professionally acknowledged in some good professional companies, is the engagement model. And perhaps somewhere, being fair and also being firm is part of this third engagement model. When we look at the Indian context, maybe I think a big learning can be there from Japan in terms of the majority of the IR model, what has been the case in the last 60-65 years there. And from our parent company Suzuki, Japan, this has been the biggest learning for us. How that model can be described for your quick recap or understanding? In my thinking, they look at the competitive edge of business of their company, sustained growth as the first objective, first focus for everybody in the company from bottom to top, from top to bottom. That is one significant difference. That first the company, then rest of the stuff, including people, welfare, benefits, salary, bonus, everything will rest. After companies ensure success, growth, then we discuss rest everything. In our case, reverse. That's the kind of huge distance which we need to travel. Maybe when we are looking at union in Japan, it is a respected partner in progress. Well accepted, well respected, very mature, and again with that same company first principle is being part of the show. In our case, again reverse. When we are looking at communication focus is on discussion, transparency, deliberation, and maybe listening to the voice of employees. Three distinct factors, if we can benchmark, perhaps long-term part of this initiative, we will be looking at promoting that kind of bridge to reach where Japan is today in terms of, and that's what we have seen part of Suzuki Japan, a very mature kind of perspective on handling unions, involving shop floor associates, and paving the way for Suzuki Japan to do well, and then their people to do well. Maybe in the Indian context, we still have a long way to go, but somewhere we are making that direction clear, that vision clear, and that journey part of this initiative. Maybe looking at the current context, I think that presides a kind of a thought process I wanted to share, but I am personally looking forward to the deliberation for our own moving ahead. So my very best wishes and welcome once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for setting the context for today. Sir, may we have you again on the stage, please, to introduce our keynote speakers.
Now, part of the inaugural session, I have this privilege to talk about two eminent CEOs and welcome them here and then look forward to their kind of thought sharing. So, first, our own MD and CEO, Taikuchi-san, and I'll give a brief introduction for Taikuchi-san. Mr. Taikuchi is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Maruti Suzuki. Just April 2022 he has taken over, although he has been with us for roughly 1.5 years as joint Managing Director. He is a graduate from the Faculty of Economics, Yokohama National University, Japan. And Taikuchi-san joined Suzuki Motor Corporation in 1986 and started his professional journey with Overseas Marketing Department, Europe Group of Suzuki Motors Corporation in Japan. In 1996, he joined the Overseas Marketing Department, Oceania Group of SNC, and was promoted in 1997 as Director Marketing and Sales of Suzuki Australia Private Limited. So, a lot of global kind of thought sharing we can expect when Radisson will be sharing his thoughts. Radisson has a vision to maintain leadership of Maruti Suzuki and an endeavor to bring, he has been talking about this passionately, joy of mobility for all in India. And I think it's a larger vision which he has shared with all of us, and perhaps we are looking to be part of this great journey under his leadership. So I am very privileged, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Radisson, kindly come and deliver his keynote. Respected members of the industry, Ms. Plaza, trustees of the Maruti Suzuki Xavier Institute of Social Science, Awanish Dev Memorial Lecture, faculty members, and dear students. A very good morning to all of you. Thank you very much for joining us today as we discuss the important subject of the future of industry relations. But before we dive into the discussion, let me take a few moments to reflect upon the journey of Maruti Suzuki. This year, we are celebrating 40 years of Suzuki partnership with the people of India. Starting in 1982, Maruti Suzuki led the development of a modern, competitive automobile industry in India. We introduced high quality, reliable, and affordable cars to the people of India. The start of our manufacturing operations generated millions of jobs and led to immense wealth creation for the nation. This journey and our success in India would not have been possible without our team, our people. We took care of our people, and our people took care of the company. They drove our business, came up with new ideas, and made us a leader. Friends, amicable industrial relations is the foundation of success in every sector. On one hand, good IR practices ensure the organization's growth. On the other, it also boosts the employee morale. As a result of this, employees put in greater zeal and sense of ownership in their work. However, inculcating such a sense of belongingness and ownership is easier said than done. We must have a deep understanding of employee needs, like what are their problems, what are their aspirations, and how can we help them. It takes years of planning and focus to develop these insights and ownership. It involves analyzing all aspects, including policy-related, social, economic, as well as legal, to ensure employee well-being. Moreover, in recent years, we saw the emergence of another important aspect, that is technology and digitalization. Let me explain this with an example of what we did at Maruti Suzuki. The pandemic brought in challenges as well as opportunities to think and act differently. Technology came in handy in many ways. Keeping track of health of people, vaccination across masses, doing business using technology were all aided by digitalization. Though Maruti Suzuki is a manufacturing company, COVID brought forth many areas where we could use technology and digitalize. Communication amongst team members was extremely critical. We rapidly implemented video conferencing tools to counter the challenges
and concerns put forth by lockdowns and the new normal of work from home. The communication platforms help to establish employee connect and assure them that we are together in this. So in a way, despite of lockdown in many states, there was no lockdown on the communication within Maruti Suzuki. Technology also helped us to train and upskill employees at home during the lockdown, and it is evolving even today. This is the living example of how we turn challenging situations to our advantage. Ladies and gentlemen, the world and business realities have been changing at a rapid pace. Technological advancement and digitalization have altered the way we operate. We have seen a shift of traditional ways of coming to the workplace to work from home or a hybrid working model. The expectations and aspirations of employees are also evolving with changing global business environment. Having operated in a VUCA world, which stands for volatile, uncertain, complexity, and ambiguous, experts say we are shifting towards a bunny world. B for British, robust from outside but fragile within, can collapse easily. A for anxious, fear that any choice we make might be the wrong one. N for non-linear, no standard relation between a cause and effect. And I for incomprehensible, countless data but can't make anything out of it. All these changes mean that companies must relook and reassess how they operate. People practices that worked 10 years back may not be relevant today. Ladies and gentlemen, I strongly believe that employees are the biggest asset for any organization. While many people talk about technology giving them the competitive edge, I see it as a tool to empower our teams. Business must always be people-centric. While technology will help us make better decisions, it is people, their involvement, their communication and collaboration, and their engagement that will provide a competitive edge to us. So let us keep focusing on people. It is people who will accept the challenge, drive the change, and take the company to greater heights. Therefore, let us keep our people motivated, engaged, and happy at all times. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Takeshi-san, for adding value to the session today. It is said that we cannot do great things always, but we can always do small things with great love and deep gratitude. So as a token of respect, we would like to present a small sapling and a book to our keynote speaker today. To do the honors, I would like to invite it on stage, Mrs. Suparna. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. May I now again request Mr. Siddiqui to please join us on the stage and introduce our next speaker for today.
Thank you, Takeshi-san, for that very simple, very passionate views on the subject today. And as Radisson was mentioning, our 40-year celebration in the month of August, the 4th week, was directly being spearheaded by Radisson. Big responsibility because our former chairman, Mr. Awanish Suzuki, our current global president, Mr. T. Suzuki, and our former directors, almost a big delegation coming from Japan. So, and the first event in Gujarat was kicked off by none other than the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi. So, Radisson was handling that part as well there. Everything went fine, and perhaps we are now looking at a series of such kind of events this year to celebrate the 40th year. Thank you, Radisson. Now I have the privilege of inviting Mr. Manish Sharma, Chairman Panasonic India. And a little background I just shared. He is responsible for driving profitable growth along with strategic planning and business development for the entire product portfolio of Panasonic's consumer, enterprise and industry divisions. His career of more than 2 decades has spanned from hands-on operations to strategic products and business planning in various electronic majors like LG Hotline, Samsung India and PS India. He has been appointed to the steering committee for advancing local value add and export scale formed by Ministry of Commerce and Industry, and has been working closely with Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, DPI. He enjoys photography and traveling. He is also very active on social media. I believe he has got a big following and has been sharing his thoughts with his followers through the property Weekend Viewing on LinkedIn. In 2021, he also launched a YouTube platform, Dudocs, to engage with industry leaders and institutional students through in-depth conversation. We are very, very thankful, Manish Ram, for you to kindly accept our invite and be with us. Privileged to invite you to deliver your keynote lecture. Manish Ram.
Good morning, everyone. And before I begin, I must thank Awanish Dev Memorial Trust for giving me this opportunity. And Mr. Suzuki, thank you very much for having me here. Stalwarts of the industry, a warm welcome to all of you. Takechi-san, it was an inspiring speech you gave. I'll take some of the points which you mentioned and also out of Mr. Suzuki's speech also. There is a presentation which may not be short enough for the audience. I will post it on LinkedIn for your later reference. So I will in that sense run through the presentation because there are some very important points which I will use to follow them up during my speech. So first I will make this presentation and then I will do the follow-up on some of the important points which were touched in the previous speech. This presentation actually I made in the backdrop of recent pandemic. In fact, this was shared with our internal employees and some of the stakeholders during when the COVID was going on during that time. So a lot of references might be more suitable for those times, but I believe that they are relevant even while we talk today. So I point this as the approach leading into evolving times. And as we know that this cliched statement of change is the only constant, and I thoroughly believe that the rate of change itself is changing. So change is being accelerated, especially in the backdrop of last couple of years, the way we all have witnessed that how things have changed much more faster. Can you help me with this? So till the time we fix this up, this approach is called basics. This approach is called basics, and me and my team came together during the times of COVID to sort of define this up. And as it suggests, B is about build together to ensure business sustainability. Clearly reflects, if you look at the two speeches which were made, they touched upon the very fact that how we should have an approach which is more inclusive. How do we bring people together especially in the times of crisis, and how during those times leaders have to ensure that while they lead from the front, they need to have a collective approach. You know, we at Panasonic, and I'll elaborate on our capabilities in subsequent slides, we were founded in 1980, roughly about 104 years before in Japan. The founder of Panasonic, Konosuke Matsushita, happens to be one of my inspirations. And he said that we make people before we make products. And one of his another words of wisdom was that we need to drive collective wisdoms, especially during the times of crisis. So in that backdrop, B is about building together to ensure business sustainability. A is about adapt to new business challenges, and Mr. Siddiqui also spoke that how cutting across variety of things, including the interventions of government, the policies are changing fast, technology, the social trends are changing fast, and hence the expectations of customers are changing fast. So how do we ensure that we adapt to the new business challenges and the changes itself? S is about stay true to your leadership style. There will be variety of situations which you will encounter, a variety of challenges and opportunities, but it is extremely important to stay true to your leadership styles irrespective of how the external environment changes. I is about innovate to power the future. Innovation may not necessarily about products itself, it may be about the processes also to keep pace with the changing environment. C is very important. This is something which is very close to my heart, and this potentially is a reflection of 27 years of my own experience. This is about 3 C's. We call it, this essentially defines any professional, so to say, or any individual. These 3 C's, which I will elaborate in the subsequent slides, are character, which defines an individual, the capability of the individual, and his ability to be consistent in the times. And S is about safeguard the well-being of employees and yourselves. I think the point which was aptly touched upon in the previous speeches. I will now run through the presentation because it is important to touch upon some of the important topics. I've already touched upon that how we need to come together. When we reflect back, some of the decisions we can always go back and challenge. And when this crisis started and when the mandatory lockdown was imposed, there were many questions which people in the position of responsibility were encountering. And as I said, we can look back and challenge our decisions, but I think the top priority that time was to ensure that we keep stakeholder well-being on the top of our agenda. And therefore we did a lot of things, but in the first instance, a very basic, formed a task force team, a cross-functional team at Panasonic to bring people together to take responsibility of deliberating on ideas that how do we in the first instance keep people safe and then think about business continuity. So as I mentioned, it is very important that how do we create collective wisdom of variety of people to come together to form policies which essentially ensure business continuity, but on the first priority, keep people safe. So as I mentioned, adapt to new business challenges. Who would have imagined what has happened in the last 2.5 years? And as I mentioned, we in the first instance at Panasonic created a rapid task force team, and then we quickly realigned. Of course, it kept evolving, and I think the evolution was much more faster and drastic than our imagination. But we were trying to realign the organization to the new reality as the time was getting unfolded. And we also were simultaneously trying to understand, and I think we will still continue to have insights coming in, that how do we really understand the stakeholder behavior, and in this whole sense seize the changes which are happening and the necessity to align our capabilities, our processes, policies in line with the changing behavior of the stakeholders. And in this, I think in the first instance, employee is the most important stakeholder for the organization, and for organizations like us, which cut across the entire spectrum of the supply chain. And I believe this was one of the biggest questions which was running through the minds of people like me, because the concept of work from home immediately got initiated as we went into mandatory lockdown. Then the question which I believe, as I said, that if you go back in time, you can challenge your own decision. The big question which was running through my mind, for example, was that there were people even at that point of time, and we being a company into a variety of spaces into supply chain, from manufacturing to operations, to field operations, to after sales service. The big question was that what approach should we take? Should we take an approach of sharing our shoulder with people who are walking into the market to provide after-sales service for people who require services for their air conditioners, refrigerators, because the first lockdown happened back in the middle of the summer season. So should we be into operations, into back office functions, into headquarter functions, also share our solidarity with those people who are getting into factories to start production after the mandatory lockdowns were over, walking into field, and also we also get into our office spaces, or ensure that we keep the remaining set of people safe and let the people who have mandatory functions to go out of their homes. So as I said, when we look back in time, we can challenge our own decisions. But we took a phased approach to restart our operations to ensure business continuity while keeping employee well-being on the top of our agenda. Again important, I think Dr. Chisan also spoke about this. It is extremely important to bring people together, enable a dialogue at all times, whether in the situation of a crisis or when the normal times are going on. And in this, it is extremely important to stay true to your leadership style. And we at Panasonic, over the last about 14 years, in some sense, while we have existed for about 50 years in the country, we officially came in 1972 to establish a joint venture to manufacture dry-cell batteries in Gujarat. But in a larger sense, 2008 was re-entry of Panasonic in the country. And since then, three pillars have stood tall to define the culture within Panasonic India. And those three pillars are localization, not necessarily about products itself, but about people capabilities. Then second is rich communication, and third is harmonization. So taking those three pillars, we have empowered our people to take their decisions. Responsibility and authority in our organization always goes parallel, and that is the leadership style which we have tried to inculcate amongst the leaders who work at Panasonic. Again, I think so I'll kind of skip this. Many of us understand. I think Mr. Siddiqui also spoke about this. Innovation is not necessarily only about the products, but during the recent times, how we felt the necessity to accelerate digital capabilities, both for supporting the product and also communication. So it is extremely important to consistently look at innovation to ensure that we stay relevant in the changing times. Sorry about this. It's a very important subject, and when people like us, I come from a background, and today the fraternity mostly here is coming in from manufacturing background. I started my career in 1995 with a manufacturing facility. LG was coming up with a joint venture that time. So in some sense, factories and manufacturing facilities are very close to my heart. But when I look at where I am standing today, from factory to leading an organization into sales and marketing, into operations, looking back into my own experience, we tried to create a framework, and we did a lot of deliberations, collected a lot of insights, did a bit of small research to understand what it takes to define a professional, what it takes to define attributes which define a professional. So this is a small framework of those three C's which potentially defines a lot of people like me. So essentially it is about character. We have to understand that what is that character which defines us uniquely, and within character, again I try to understand that what are the attributes which define an individual, and again looking at experiences of people, and I'm sure many of you would be able to relate with that. Essentially it is about three things. It is about the ambition which we carry, the aspirations which we carry. Second is during situations of testing times, how much of resilience do we demonstrate, and finally humility, irrespective whatever position one reaches, how much of humility one practices. So within character it is about ambition, resilience and humility. And second is about capabilities. This is extremely important, and I believe we are living in a socially connected age, digitally connected age, especially in the backdrop of a couple of decades of digital convergence. It is extremely important to look at ourselves every now and then, that how we are upgrading our skill sets and capabilities to remain relevant in the times. And here I believe the necessity is to ensure that we declutter, because there is so much of information which is coming in, and ensure that we take an approach which is systematic to consistently upgrade our skill sets and hence capability. And therefore I use the word consistent. Both building of character and building of capabilities should be done consistently. So those are the three fields which I thought I'll share with everyone. Sorry about this. With this, can somebody be near me? And I think so we spoke about this, and I've shared some of the examples of the recent times, how we at Panasonic ensured that and I'm extremely proud to share with all of you that while we are a large organization, having roughly about 10,000 employees within the country, we operate out of 11 facilities to manufacture our products in the country, a wide footprint of operations into field, also with 39 branch offices. Because there can be no policy which can cut across all the people within the country, cutting into a variety of operations. So therefore, we brought people together to ensure that we formed policies, initiatives. We divided our offices into various different zones, took several initiatives to keep well-being of our people. And this was a collective exercise. We need to bring in ideas, and not necessarily, as I said, during the situations of adversities or crisis, but even normal times. We need those insights, those ideas to come in from people who are into operations. Next slide, please. I have already spoken about this. We are a diversified technology company in the country. So many of us know Panasonic as a consumer durables brand, but it is largely into B2B solutions. I'm extremely happy to share with you that our automotive solutions, we are extremely proud to partner with Maruti Suzuki also. I'm extremely thankful for your support. Next slide, please. This is a very important slide. I believe my role into the organization is to create an environment, a culture, which lets people explore their capabilities to the fullest. And this is a program which we started. We call this program Vibrant Panasonic. This is the program which we started roughly about 8 years before. And today we can feel proud of looking back and telling the world that well-being, we were talking about this subject 5 years before. So when we started this program, the first objective was, and as I said, we are a diversified product company. So one of the challenge was that how do we bring people into a variety of different business divisions and functions together to work for a common cause, to position Panasonic at a position which it truly deserves. So the first initiative was to enable opportunities for people to engage. And those are like very standard opportunities for people to come together and engage and share information with each other. Then after about 3 to 4 years, we realized that we need to take it forward and ensure with the changing times, to ensure well-being of people, both physical well-being and emotional well-being of people within the organization, both into manufacturing and the operational spaces. And then eventually from here on, potentially in next 3 to 4 years, our intention is to start to measure the happiness quotient of the organization. And in some sense, I have set a deadline of 2025 to begin these initiatives. Until then, we'll continue to let people engage, and also organizations' responsibility to care for their well-being in the organization. Next slide, please. So these are only some of the glimpses. This is how we carry out our Vibrant Panasonic program, cutting across all the operations. Next slide, please. These are some of the glimpses of factory. It is extremely important, and I believe this is the place where the energy is, and quite often people like me getting back into the factory find their source of energy. And we carry out a lot of sessions to engage with people. On the left top you can see Samvad session. I think this is the most important one, where we engage with the workers in the factory to enable a two-way communication. You know, communication cannot be one way. It is extremely important to consistently enable two-way communication. And this has worked wonders for us, not only to keep people happy or satisfied, but also to incubate a lot of ideas, both into IR domain and also into product and process improvement domain. And then we carry out a lot of initiatives. It's a very standard, I'm sure, for many organizations. We have learned a lot from organizations like Maruti Suzuki. So, and then we have a HR help desk, and we also have a lot of committees, within the factory to ensure that again the dialogue is something like two-way communication. We have a lot of space at our factories. As I said, we have 11 factories in the country, so we enable a lot of sports events and opportunities for people to come together. And then there is one event which I personally look forward to, which is the annual Family Day, which is a lot of people coming together, all the employees and their families and then their friends coming together and celebrating the annual family day. We've been doing this for last many years, and as I said, something which I personally look forward to. Next slide, please. I believe this is my last slide. As I said, I find a lot of inspiration from Mr. Konosuke Matsushita, who was the founder of Panasonic. These are some of the words of wisdom. I take just one more moment to read them out. The first one is very important, and I believe it inspires a lot of people, including myself. Human potential is limitless. This is the first one. The second one is again very relevant to the conversation which is happening today. We produce people and we also produce electrical goods. So I think that was his focus on enabling people-centric capabilities and processes for the organizations to stay relevant. And the third one is start a new day every day. So, we quite often, and I'll conclude my talk here, we quite often hear that things are changing fast. I also mentioned that the rate of change potentially is changing very fast. The government policies, as Mr. Siddiqui also mentioned, yes, that is true, they are changing very fast. Technology is changing, social trends are changing, expectations, aspirations for people are changing, but eventually everything boils down to people, because it is people who are driving all this change. And if we really care for people, if we consistently enable engagement and a dialogue and make happiness of people central to whatever we do, their satisfaction being central to whatever we do, I think we will then lead our responsibility, being the responsible organization and individual. So there I'll end my conversation. Once again, Mr. Siddiqui, many thanks for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manish. Thank you for sharing your insights on leadership, and now more popularly known as the basics of leadership. To felicitate Manish, I would request upon stage Mr. Rajesh Uppal, who is the member of Executive Board of Maruti Suzuki and also the Chairman of Maruti Suzuki XISS, Awanish Dev Memorial Lecture. Thank you, everyone. I know that all of us are looking for knowledge and information. All of us want to leave this room feeling inspired. We can promise you that. We can promise you a digression from the traditional presentation and a more interactive alternative. I'm talking about the fireside chat. The fireside chat is waiting for you on the other side of the tea and coffee break. I would request you all to take a break, and we can reassemble at 11:15 after 20 minutes. Thank you so much.
Of you will have maybe a quick one-liner. What is the difference between us and the Japanese? And any quick comment? Anybody would like? Time management, discipline, punctuality. Yes. I'll tell you one small story quickly. By the time people settle down, somewhere in Japan, a Japanese lawyer, very rich lawyer, very famous, big guy. One evening he had his mood, okay, let me take out my limousine and let me go for a drive and see the place. So I am not having much appointments today. In the evening he was driving. He saw, to his surprise, on the side of the lawn somewhere, two Japanese sitting and eating grass. He was surprised. He stopped his car, asked his chauffeur to go and check, and those two guys said, what are you doing? He said that last 7 days no work, last 4 days no money, last 3 days no food, so we are just satisfying our tummy and hunger by eating grass. So he thought for a moment, that Japanese rich lawyer. Then he said, okay, come in my car, today evening I will feed you. So they said, oh, under the tree, our wife, get your wife off, no problem, I will feed you tonight. So the 4 Japanese in the car with this Japanese lawyer, all very obliging and full of privacy. So they were saying, sir, you are like God for us. So he said, don't get into those formalities, it's all part of life. No, sir, you are actually God for us. You are going to do it. He said, no, they are not getting into the formalities. The grass at my farmhouse is 1 meter tall. Only difference which I have noticed is that our emotional quotient is making us sometimes foolish people, whereas their emotional quotient is balanced, adult-like, rational, logic-driven. They see things much more clearly than us. With that note, I think we are looking at a fireside chat, and we'll have three gentlemen here. One moderator, Mr. S.P. Nathan, and two very eminent HR thought leaders, Dr. Ranjan Mahapatra and Dr. C. Jayakumar. But before I say anything about them, one thing is common in all three of them, and they are known personally to us. All three are very good, eminent HR thought leaders, but very good human beings. And I think that part is very difficult for us to look at some such learning perspective. When I talk of Nathan, a very close friend, also currently he is the partner and Chief Talent Officer for Deloitte, also National President of National Traveling Network, so very, very big leadership role. Basically a bachelor in mathematics, and he did his post-graduation in HR from NHRDN. A leader, mentor, and advocate of ethical leadership, and I was emphasizing that perspective part of the new behavior of leadership. And growing future leaders through coaching. And Nathan leads talent for Deloitte India from here in India. Over 33 years of very enriched experience in HR across diverse industries, including manufacturing, services, telecom, and information technology. Recently I was in Hyderabad and we had a very good evening together. There I came to know of a very versatile background. He has played a crucial role in architecting the rapid growth and transformation of the India region of the US Deloitte Corp in India into a truly global organization. He is a behavioral specialist in sensitivity training and is acknowledged as one of the top HR leaders in India. Nathan has been conferred several awards including the Gentleman Power Society 2017 and Digital Thought Leader myself. Also very privileged to talk about Dr. Ranjan Mahapatra, maybe a very, very simple, modest person full of humility, but very, very eminent transport leader in the country. A graduate mechanical engineer from BITS, Tirani. He has done a postgraduate diploma in management from Xavier Institute of Management in Radisson. Joined IOC, Indian Oil, in 1987 and since then have taken up different assignments in the field of terminal operations, supply chain, management and logistics. He was also one of the main architects of the successful fuel quality upgradation process of oil marketing companies in India in 2010. Headed the operation function of Maharashtra State Office in India, which has the largest number of oil terminals and depots from 2010 April onwards. January 2012. Currently he is the president of IFPU. He is a distinguished invitee in all Indian Management Associations, the co-chair of HR Committee. Also, Dr. C. Jayakumar, alumni of XLI Jamshedpur, postgraduate diploma in HR and Madras University PhD Labor Studies or Dental Company. A highly result-oriented HR professional with 33 years of experience in successfully planning, designing, implementing and managing various strategic HR initiatives. He has been the head of HR for various businesses, independent companies and JVs within NLT groups, including leadership roles in Middle East and Africa region. He has been an established thought leader and widely acclaimed speaker in various national and international forums. Currently, Executive Vice President and Head Corporate Human Resources, CHRO of L&T, an Indian multinational conglomerate with diversified interests in infrastructure, heavy engineering, manufacturing, IT technology and financial services. Before I hand over to Nathan, I think there are, in our tribe, there are two great moderators, and you all know about it. One will be Mr. S.P. Nathan, and you will see the reflections here, and the other will follow little later with Mr. D.P. So please enjoy this session. I am looking forward to it. Request Nathan and then Dr. Jayakumar, kindly join us.
So good morning, everybody. I thank you for inviting us to the Awanish Dev Memorial Lecture. That an inspiring organization such as Maruti has taken upon itself to keep the name Awanish alive with thought-provoking memorial lectures is praiseworthy. A very, very big salute to the leaders of Maruti who are here. The very fact that Mr. Suzuki, over all these years, has taken special care to have a lecture series of this sort to keep alive the memory of what is important to us, human relations. Great testimony both to him and to the organization that he has been part of, is part of. I wish to begin by saying that 90% of people who come to meetings, particularly memorial lectures, they dream even as they sit where they are. They dream of things which has got nothing to do with what's happening on stage. The good news is the balance 10% are is in this room. So the topic to hand is future of industrial relations, competitive edge, digitization, transformation. It's a very, very heavy topic. Very heavy. So I've been asked to make light on this topic, so I'm going to do my best. I'm a moderator for your session. Now you can easily make out who is a moderator, because one thing that happens is they choose a moderator who knows nothing about the subject. So that's his first qualification. Second qualification is a moderator. By the way, the moderator is only for this session. Huh? The other moderators who come in, they are much better. I don't know whether you've noticed, there are 2 PhDs on this dais. I'm not, so I think they chose well. Let me also tell you something again about the moderator. The moderator is a person who will keep nodding his head ever so often. Because that's a great way to pretend that he understands what is going on. He has no clue, but he just wants to look very respectable. You will find that I will do a lot of nodding. I'm going to speak a little bit about the Industrial Revolution 4.0. So I'm going to read off a text that I ripped off from Google. You can also do this, but I'll pretend that these are my lines, so please humor me. Disruptive digital technologies will transfer manufacturing by 2025. The period is called the fourth revolution. In comparison to the third industrial revolution, the fourth will have higher impact despite only limited replacement of equipment. So we are really talking about productivity in really large measures. High level of operational effectiveness. Mr. Suzuki spoke about competitiveness in the market. So this is where that sets. What will happen is it is the biggest structural change that you would have seen in the last 250 years. Transformation of a very different order. Principles are as follows. 1. Think value, not technology. Think people, not tools. Know your stage. Focus on your target. While the roots of all of this is in manufacturing, know that this is happening right across, whether this is services or any part of any sector that you can think of, there is a transformation that is afoot. Organizations are getting transformed. In this fast changing world, a company's competitive advantage has a life cycle that starts with innovation, scales up with production, and be quickly exploited for revenue. So there is what is known as a transient competitive advantage that is afoot. So let me give you an example. So before we had the iPhone or the Android phones, we had a voice phone, we had a digital camera, a digital video, a recorder, we had all of this. But then somebody came up with the idea that you can push all of this into one PDA. That's it. And that was innovation. It transformed all of what happened around us. Today, 20 years ago, if you had to push out an information to just 2 million people or even 1 lakh people, it was almost impossible. You post something on Twitter, if it happens to catch the imagination of people, you could reach billions of people in a second. That's the kind of transformation that we're seeing, digital transformation. Back to the competitive edge. A smartphone got smarter, and that is what drove what is competitive edge and drove Nokia to the brink. This cannot last forever because these things keep changing. So there are 3 levels of digital transformation. One is about operations, products, services, and the digital business model itself. What I have is a lot of interesting ideas, and by the way, they don't reside with me. They reside with these 2 gentlemen on my left. What I do is I will request each one of them to give their opening remarks, and since it's a fireside chat, we will keep it really light. So with this, let me pass this over to Ranjan San. So over to you.
Thank you, Nathan. First of all, once again, thanks to Siddiqui sir and thanks to everything. I mean, everybody associated with this. It is superb. I mean, when you feel that for somebody you have a memorial lecture and it's going on for years. I mean, as an in charge of one of the largest companies, I also feel that this is something incredible which is happening. I think before I start, I need a lot of encouragement from this team. Thank you. Coming back to the second part of it, whatever the first 10 sentences Nathan told about himself, ignore it. They are not true. He is a naughty moderator. I have already told Mr. Kumar, please be careful. We both have prepared something. So I told whatever he asked, we'll have that cow and coconut story. We will chipify it. So we'll do it that way. So that's it. But all credit to him. He is an excellent director. So I am very happy to have you again. So just to give my opening address in very few terms, I think probably these days everybody keeps on asking me. I think same question must have been asked to many of the people. The moment IR come, industrial relations come, everybody asks, is it relevant today? Because we have more going on, HR side of it, and what is exactly IR? So that's where I think the base starts. Let me tell you one thing. I will start with the core values that we in Indian Oil have, and a few of them already Hadan has talked about: care, innovation, passion, and trust. We believe in these 4 core values, and they define what industrial relations is. You have to have trust. I mean, if I go anywhere, you have to have trust to maintain that relationship which is required
for taking your organization. Why suddenly we always feel that unions or collectives are a no for us? No. As I want the executives or to be developed, the same thing need to be also done for the non-executives and others who are part of your establishment completely. And look at it now. I don't know. I think the whole world is talking about moonlighting today. Is it not an IR issue? It's an IR issue. Talks about technicalities. I think probably somewhere down the line, if given a chance, I would like to speak more about that. But this is so unless. So that's how. If an organization has to have a competitive edge, it has to manage its IR well. It cannot only be learning and development. It's important. Everything is important. It has to have all the legs up and establishing the entire organization on those legs, so that you don't have a disturbance at any point of time. So my opening statement to conclude will be that IR, in industrial relationship, is relevant, will remain relevant forever, and it will definitely add to the competitive edge for any company if they manage it well. Thank you.
So I did notice that there are a lot of students in the background. So this is something which will I promise to also give you a lot of useless information. The first useless information that you have is the mic work? Can I use that? Okay. So the first useless information that I have is the word boss comes from this Dutch word called baas, and I didn't understand all this till you look at Ajit, the great villain. He'll always say baas. Now you know where that baas comes from. It's a Dutch word. So that's the most important useless information of the morning. I'm now going to pass this on to CGK, but before I do that, one more piece of useless information is that 41% of the people who search for another job do so when they are in bed. So with this, CGK, back to industrial relations.
Thank you. I have to keep pace with both of you now. Respected leaders from Maruti, industrial leaders, Siddiqui Sahab, faculty members, students, extremely happy to be here. I represent an organization called Radisson to Grow, which is a 21 billion USD organization, predominantly into EPC infrastructure, high-tech manufacturing, and other services. The last 2.5 years pandemic, we all went through that, and a lot of mention was there in the earlier thing. Imagine March 2020, suddenly one day there is a lockdown. We have more than 250 locations across India and abroad, more than 3.5 lakh workers. Project site doesn't even have a fence, it is all open. You have machinery spread across. Suddenly one day you have to close down and you have to, it's a 45 days. First and foremost, as rightly what Panasonic was talking about, we had to form a high power committee, we had regional committees, we looked at immediately at the safety and welfare of the people and all the workers, arranging food, accommodation, and it's a massive. Then after the 45 days, we started being an EPC, building roads, bridges, tunnels, idle projects. We cannot work from home. We have to be at the project site. And that's another nice dilemma which he spoke about. When the work started, whether the leadership team should sit at home or whether we should go. So when I look at 80% of our people are working at projects, and hardly 15 to 20% are office based. Can we sit at home and say you people go and work in sites which is 40-45 degrees temperature and you have so much of fear and anxiety? So we went to office. But for some people we gave consideration. We set as a role model, we went to office and did it. Luckily during this period, though the productivity was low, but fortunately for us, we bagged a couple of orders during that period. More than 75,000, 1 lakh crore order. We have an order backlog of more than 2.5 to 3 lakh crores. That high-speed rail, one project itself was around 25,000 crores. So the biggest challenge was how do you execute these jobs with profitability, reducing the cost, improving the efficiency, productivity and timely completion. And you know most of these EPC jobs are L1. So the cost is a big factor. Luckily we got into a digitalization drive, what Mr. Nathan said. It is not because everybody has gone into digitalization, it is because we have to reduce cost and bring in efficiency. There is no other way but to enter into digitalization. Whole amount of, it's a vision of our leadership which we got because of pandemic much before we started. Quickly get some of the examples. We have a whole lot of machinery in the projects, like from cranes, dozers, trucks, patching plants. Entire thing is fitted with RFIDs, and then from sitting at a command center, you understand the efficiency of each of the machine, the productivity, preventive maintenance. Entire data is used for analytics, including idle time of this for effective resources. If I take an example of operations, we built the tallest statue, which is the 282 meters Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel statue. If you would have seen the picture, there's a bronze cladding over there. There are more than 3 lakh bronze claddings, which is imported from China, is put in the claddings. How do you locate which cladding will come at which place? So again, it is technology. So based on thing, you know, at this height, at this place, this is the cladding and where it is available, locating it. So EPC looks as predominantly a brick and mortar, but technology has gone inside that. That is where we get the competitive advantage and effectiveness. Whole lot of examples I can keep on talking, but I will leave it to Mr. Nathan. Thank you.
Okay. I have a small request. I do realize that people in the front rows are clapping much louder than the people who are behind. So do you want to take another stab at it? Wonderful. Very quickly, since Ranjan, you spoke about moonlighting, what are your personal views about moonlighting?
Okay, you have come to that. That's why. See, let me be very clear on this. I think it has been taken to the extremes by both the sides. This is my personal view. Number one. When an organization gives you a purpose, gives you a job, gives you a contract, you are bound by that contract. So that is one way. Technically, it's a very right thing. That the people are bound by the contract, which most of the people, whether it is Premji or the others, also are doing that. I think today, Dave read even TCS has given a mandate on that. So they are right. But at the same time, if I heard a very beautiful thing. If this would not have happened, if some sort of type of moonlighting would not have happened, then Infosys would not have been created. Because somebody during that period did a bit of moonlighting, he did something. You have to allow people to have innovation as long as your data privacy is protected, your conditions are protected. So we have to work on it. Instead of, I don't know, there must have been a very serious reason for Wipro to really take out these 300 people, but without knowing, without getting into it fully, we should not be jumping. That's my personal opinion. We must create a conducive atmosphere where innovation is Exactly. Innovation is definitely given the due which is to be given. People may be allowed for doing something extra for their extra living. We do it. As somebody was telling that day, I was hearing somewhere they were telling, okay, if somebody would have driven a cab while working in, like let's say Indian Oil, if he works in Indian Oil and is at his free time he is driving a cab, do you call it a moonlighting? So that means we ourselves are not really very clear about moonlighting. and how, again, my personal opinion is that we have to create a conducive atmosphere without jumping into extremities from both the sides. Yes, I would never expect that somebody working for me also works for a OMC, OMC, definitely not. There are a lot of issues involved. I can't share my, of course, again we'll have to think at what level people are working and whether they are aware of the strategy, they are aware of all the details and what is the framework in which they are working. So we'll have to see everything. My last line only would be that we are too much jumping into a conclusion without really going into details of it.
I resonate with Dr. Rajan sir. Once upon a time, it was seen as a very value statement. I was working in the evening, I used to go and work with an auditor and I used to earn for an extra income. People were talking as a big thing to others, right? Suddenly, because of that work from home concept was started, it has become blown out of proposition. And if you are doing it during the office hours in the conflict of interest, then it becomes a serious issue. It's my personal take.
Excellent. So I'll give you some useful information now. The useful information is Tuesday is the most productive day of the week. And now you know why you have this particular session on a Wednesday. So with this, another question for our esteemed panelists out here. There are a lot of stories that you have on purpose, because that's the one that drives all transformation of any kind. So, any personal stories that you would have of how transformations have occurred in your respective organizations?
Thank you for asking this. In fact, I think most of the youngsters who might have heard me for some time somewhere, I keep on saying about my 3 A's: agility, adaptability and alignment. And out of that, I mean, these are the 3 things which have stood me the best of the time. If you are agile, if you are adaptable, and if you align with the purpose, your own purpose, purpose of the organization, purpose of the nation, if you align, then I think it stands in good stead for me, and it will stand in good stead for you as well. Coming back to purpose, yes. See, as I will tell our stories, Indian Oil stories. Let's say 2 examples I would like to give. One is that definitely, I mean, these days, particularly Deloitte's 2020's trends talked about social enterprises. I remember, I'm trying to, I think 2020 or 2019, but it talked about social enterprises. And we in Indian Oil, we know that we really value that we have our social enterprise by our build, by our nature, by our own purpose. So examples which I want to give, one example is that, see, we started one initiative in one of the prisons. Okay, this prison is in Hyderabad. So lady prisoners are there. So we know even the prisons have their own ways of engaging them for producing different handicrafts and all other things. So we started an initiative that we got a land from the prison, within the prison area, and we built a retail outlet, a petrol pump, which we call it a retail outlet there. And this retail outlet, is being manned by the lady prisoners from that prison in Hyderabad, in Secunderabad actually, is exactly. It is being manned by that. How, I mean, why it is very close to my heart, I mean, why it feels really, really good. 2 things. and in fact, if I would have been permitted, I would have shown a movie where that lady Ashia, she talks about her life. She was sentenced to 20 years of imprisonment, and then all this family life, everything was all. Not that. When they get released, how do they go back and adjust to the society? And this is where, why I told him purpose. Purpose is, the national purpose is that we align with the society in totality. And here, these ladies cannot be marginalized or cannot be neglected. And this is where, when she has started working, now she has started earning for herself. And she also has now got a position in the society that she is earning not only for herself, for her children as well. She has 4 children. Her husband has left her after this incident, but the 4 children, she is now taking care of them. This is one part of social and purpose which we have been. But at the same time, why I am happy also, this also aligns with our commercial, that's what we talked about, the competitive edge, talked about a commercial organization. This also works with us because we have seen this particular retail outlet, once it was commissioned, has been doing tremendous sales, rather I must say. We had expected something like 200,000 liters there per month. But we are almost reaching 700,000, that is 700 kiloliters in a month. Only because everybody else in the society aligned with this particular retail outlet. Therefore, good that if we are also coming to this retail outlet, we are also doing something good for the society. So, this is one example of, I have a term for it, Raji will not agree to me whether that term will be fine. I tell it, human business model. It's a human business model. Thank you.
Yeah, very interesting. Coming to purpose, I strongly believe it's a great motivator for people to work in an organization. In L&T, surprise, for over the years, our attrition rate is hardly 4.5%. Though the last year would have slightly went up, and I am sure it will come back. And we are not, in open forum, we are not the best of the best paymasters compared to, maybe the industry-wise is fine. But what unites the entire thing is the purpose. We are the builders to the nation. We make things that make India proud. And surprisingly, we have done engagement. The site working conditions are very, very tough. It's in terms of humidity, in terms of heat, in terms of dust, in terms of working hours, everything. But still, when we looked at the engagement score at site was better than the office scores. Very, very surprising because it is the yes, in addition, we are a caring organization. People are our prime goals, etc. The personal fact, what has influenced me much is the book In Search of Meaning by Victor Franklin regarding purpose. The people who have survived the concentration camps and come out are the people who had a strong purpose behind to come and execute. Thank you.
Okay, I hope this really works. So I'm going to give our fireside chat members a little bit of rest. Now this is a question which is going to the audience, but primarily I would request the student leaders, this is a question addressed to you. I'll tell you what you will get. If you get the answer right, you will get one of those precious books that got unveiled this morning. So are you guys ready? Yes. Can't hear you. Okay, no sirs, but here is the first question. Muzrat bhai, you're all set? There is somebody there helping? Wonderful. Question to you, and the best way if you got the answer is raise your hand or stand up and then yell. Okay? Drivers wanted is a slogan of which company? Drivers wanted. Okay, this goes to the audience as well. Okay, you got one hand up, yes? Quickly, yell! Answer? Oh, that's absolutely correct, and you can hand the book over to her. Thank you. The answer is Volkswagen. The answer is absolutely right. The second question, again to all of you. Lamborghini did not produce cars initially. What did they produce? Whoever said that first, please stand up and you may kindly hand over. Yes, the answer is correct. They produced tractors. Which company first allowed pet dogs to come to work? Yell, yell, yell. Yes. Google? No. Amazon is the right answer. Please hand over a book. Sorry?
She said Microsoft.
Microsoft. Okay, I'll go soft on that. So the answer is incorrect.
Urban Company.
Sorry?
Urban Company.
No. No. Did anybody get that right? Any other hands? Yes? I gave you the answer. Okay. 79% of people, and this is just not for students, this is for people who are on this side, okay? This is the question to all of you. 79% of the people want what at work? They want this at work. What is that? Money? Wrong answer.
Satisfaction.
Wrong answer. No. Fun. Kindly stand up, sir. The answer is absolutely correct. They want fun at work. Okay. The last question, again going back to the students, is Blue Ribbon Sports is the original name of which company? Okay, you got that right. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Wonderful. This is just to check whether all of us are still dreaming or whether you're still, you're all listening to what is happening up here. We are all having fun. Wonderful. Okay. I realize that we have just a few before we wind up. So, another useless piece of information. 27% of our bosses want one of their members to quit. Okay. Now the reverse question from you is, how many of the people want their bosses to quit? So the right answer is, I believe, 82%. And interestingly, the Gallup study says that 13% of people are engaged at work anywhere in the world. The exception to that are the two companies represented by the stalwarts on my left. But truly, that's the kind of talent that we have. You're looking at transformation. This is what we need to consider. Okay, one serious question before I get to it, any other thing is, we are seeing manufacturing getting offshore to India. So the quick response from both of you is, how will this transform India and how will it transform organizations?
See, if you are, first of all, if you are competitive, cost competitive, if you have the quality of talent, and if you can add value to them, definitely you have a better chance to do that. And today with the infrastructure and the quality of talent we have, and the whole development happening, and I am sure that it will not only services, manufacturing will also, plus the government support are Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India program and all those things together, I'm sure it is going to be very soon happen.
Okay, I just want to give one piece of my mind on that. It's a great thing if it is coming to India. It's a great thing, as Jay has also told. It's in line with our vision to make it a manufacturing hub for the entire world. We should be making it, but I think probably we also have to study. We'll also have to see that whether we have created those environments so that we really meet those requirements which are expected out of us. So that's one tagline, one caution which I would like to give before we really start accepting to be a hub for all manufacturing activities or getting this is coming. We have shown it in IT. We have really shown it well. We have conducted well. We have delivered well, and that's how the country also has progressed well. And if we can do it in the manufacturing, definitely it will be great. But we have to create that atmosphere environment.
One very, very quick one. I'm told that we use only 35% of our brain. So, very quickly, to the two of you, what is the one major impact that you believe that the new wage code will have? What major?
I think it will bring in the semblance which we had been semblance of equity which we had been missing for quite some time. I don't know whether it is loaded. My hand is going towards Steve, but I think I am probably thinking at least the gaps we saw at one point of time it was this way, and then with the whatever we had in between it was the other way. I'm not naming them, but I think probably new wage code is bringing in that parity in future and making it again a hub for all industrial activities.
See, wage code is a topic we can talk for 2 days. But since the question is very specific, with all the benefits, whatever is there, I feel the social security part of it. Because today the population aging is going fast, right? 70, 76, in some of the countries it is 90. Our retirement age is 58, and if you have to leave for the balance period, you need a social security. We don't have any government support. Now, if the 50% is the wages, and if for that PF and gratuity comes, that will be a big boom to many of the future.
So they already know that I'm on to my rapid fire. So, first question, in any order. If you could steal
Pass option.
Sir?
Pass option.
One thing, you cannot pass this question. You cannot say pass. No, you have to respond. By the way, I don't know whether you noticed right through this program, I've just been nodding my head. You did notice, right? Thank you. If there is one thing that you would steal other than money, what would you steal?
Books.
Books.
Brain. Others' brain.
Others' brain. You get only 35%. Okay. Second, what object best represents your personality? If there is one symbol, one object, what is that one symbol? One object.
Related to others to say, I got my smiles.
Sorry?
My smiles.
Smile. Okay, but that's not an object, yeah?
Clock.
Huh?
Clock.
Clock.
24 into 7 my mind keeps
24/7 clock. Oh, that's a nice one. So Ranjan, you should come back. Something that represents you.
Everybody is giving me hits. No.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, whichever appeals to you.
Exactly. And that's a very good question actually. I don't know. I've never thought about it. My table?
Table. Oh, that's a good one, because that also represents work, that represents fun. Excellent.
I think, no, that's not excellent, but I think for today it's fine.
Whatever you say. Okay. If there is one advice that you want to give to your father, what would that be?
I mean, what I really do, I'll tell that. Learn the technology further. My mother is a very good adapter of technology. She has learned everything. But father is, as it is reserved about it. So my advice to him is that learn the technology. Learn how to use the mobile.
Learn technology. Learn technology. Wonderful.
Proper usage of Netflix.
Sorry?
Netflix.
Watch Netflix or don't watch?
No, try to understand and use Netflix effectively.
Ah, use Netflix, okay. What do you not tire of? You're not tired of this. What are you not tired of?
I'm not tired of listening to people. I'm never tired of.
Oh, lovely, 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 lovely.
Not tired of smiling.
Not tired of smiling. Ah, lovely, lovely, wonderful. Okay. All expenses paid. All expenses paid. If there is ticket for you and your family, what place would you go to?
My village. I don't want any expenses for that. My
Hometown.
Hometown, exactly my ancestral place.
Ancestral.
Yeah, that's right.
How many locations are there? Okay.
Sorry?
London.
London. He wants to go to London. Okay. One regret in your life other than having me as your moderator?
Currently, that is the only regret.
biggest regret.
Oh, biggest. But go on, seriously. What is one regret? If there is one regret, what would that be?
There are many, in fact, I don't know, there are many, but for this audience, if I want to say one regret is that I should have used my time much better. I think that's one regret which will still remain with me.
Oh, that's very deep. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Could have done lot more.
Okay. One organization that you admire other than your own?
Organizations like Tata's.
Tata's, okay.
You say Indian Oil, I'll say L&T. No, I also, of course, this is the fact these days, everybody may think that way, but other than Indian Oil, I really appreciate Tata's.
Excellent, excellent, wonderful. Okay, Ranjan, you know the answer, but I'm going to ask this anyways. If your life were a movie and you the hero, what character in Bollywood best represents you?
But he has told villain.
No, but okay, but any actor.
I think I keep on saying it doesn't represent one, but I would have loved to be playing the three roles of Kumar, Akbar and Kali.
Ah, lovely.
Better be a comedian.
Sorry?
Better be a comedian.
And which comedian would you choose?
Mostly I know South Indian.
That's okay.
Around the money simple.
Sorry?
Around the money simple.
Okay, we'll go with that. This is easy. It's binary. Unions or no unions?
Unions.
Unions?
100%.
Unions? Yes. Excellent. Last question. One thing that you want to change in the HR profession. One thing that you want to change in the HR profession.
For me, I would like to bring in more agility in HR. I think probably we are still sticking on to the old things. I think if given a chance, I would like to bring in more agility.
Excellent. Thank you, Ranjan.
Be more involved in the
business operations, be more involved in the business.
First panel discussion I ever got so many out of syllabus questions.
So, with this, I want to thank our wonderful panelists. Put your hands together and all 10 minutes for the people. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for tuning in. It's 12:15 and we have to vacate the stage. Thank you.
Before we vacate, we must also clap for Radisson.
I would request all the panel members to stay back on the stage. What a wonderful session. A huge round of applause once again. Thank you, Mr. Nathan. You kept the fire of the fireside crackling with your wit and with your sense of humor. And thank you, Mr. Jayakumar and Mr. Mohapatra. Both of you were very candid and fiery in your own way. Thank you so much. I would now like to call upon stage Mr. R.S. Kalsi. He is the member of Executive Board, Process and Audit for Maruti Suzuki. Kalsi sir, may we have you on the stage? Kindly felicitate Mr. Nathan on our behalf. Now I would request Mr. Manoj Agarwal, the Vice President of Maruti Suzuki Training Academy, to join us on the stage and felicitate Mr. Jayakumar. Sorry, Mr. Mohapatra. Now I would request on stage Mr. Salil Lal, who is the CHRO and Vice President of Maruti Suzuki, to kindly felicitate Mr. Jayakumar. Thank you, everyone. So let us proceed further. Meanwhile, I would request my team to kindly start with the arrangements of corporate panel on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have an amazing panel on aligning ER strategy in the new world order. Here, we will be talking about the big trends we need to keep our eyes on and that could directly impact us. Our goal today, irrespective of our role in industry, is to arrive at something positive, a new idea, a fresh perspective, or a new strategy. With this, I would like to take the privilege to introduce you to the esteemed panel. May we have the presentation, please? So today's session would be moderated by Mr. Rajiv Dubey. He is the chairman of Mahindra First Choice Wheels Limited, and he was earlier the group president, HR and Corporate Services, and CEO of Aftermarket Sector, member of the group executive board, Mahindra and Mahindra Limited. He was then appointed the principal advisor to the group for a year. He is an alumni of St. Stephen's College and Delhi School of Economics. Welcome, sir. Our first panel member is Ms. Vishpala Reddy. She is the CHRO of Philips for the Indian subcontinent. She spearheads people and talent agenda to support business growth and enable Philips in its transformation journey. She is responsible for HR across market commercial operations, Philips Innovation Campus, Healthcare Innovation Center, Global Business Service and Factories. Prior to that, she led human resources as the regional HR director for Uber across Asia Pacific mega region. Welcome, ma'am. Our next speaker is Mr. Sandeep Aaron De Silva. He is the Senior Principal, Employee Relations for Infosys Limited. Sandeep is a seasoned industry professional with total 18 plus years of insightful experience in areas of employee relations, HR strategy planning and implementation, and people development. Being an employee relations professional, he is effectively working to provide safe, discrimination-free and positive work culture. Welcome, Sandeep. Now let me introduce you to our next panelist, Ms. Akanksha Lat. Akanksha has diverse experience in various HR functions like talent management, OD, learning and development, performance management, business partnering and communication. Currently, she is the Director HR for Make My Trip. Welcome, ma'am. Our next panel member is Mr. Ratan Agarwal. He is the Senior General Manager and Lead for Hero Academy. He is leading Hero Academy in his current role. He remained Head HR for R&D Hero Motocorp India and Global and led HR function for HMCL Gurgaon plant. Over the last 3 decades, he has headed strategic HR and OD in multiple organization sectors in different parts of the world. Welcome, sir. May we have you on the stage, please? And the last panelist is Mr. Salil Lal. He is the CHRO and Vice President for Maruti Suzuki India Limited. He started his career as a management trainee after being campus-placed at Tata Steel Jamshedpur in 1992. He has been involved directly and has been accountable for the plan of stimulating industrial relation at Maruti's Manesar car plant post-2012. He is currently the CHRO of MSIL. He is leading various projects like HR strategy implementation, gender diversity inclusion initiatives, and the HR capability development for MSIL. Welcome, sir. With this, I would like to hand over the session to Mr. Ranchi. Welcome once again, everyone.
Thank you very much. Is this working? No. Can you hear me at the back? No. Now we can. Now we can. Is it working? Hello. Hello. No. See, the test is, can the last row hear me? Can't hear me, okay. They can't hear me, it's very unlikely to hear the others. This one is working. Okay. Working now? Okay, thank you. So, my dear friend Nathan Sabha, there is no way in which I can keep up to your standard, but I ain't even gonna try. So from the sublime to the more mundane, if I may use the word, not really mundane, it's actually an exciting word. So the topic here is aligning ER strategy in the new world order. So clearly I've been asked to address, or the panel is supposed to address the 3 aspects. What is the new world order? What do you understand by ER strategy, and what is the ER strategy of your organization? So that's roughly the 3 aspects. I'll start off by sharing some of my views on the new world order and what I think would be interesting for us to talk about, and then I'll request my panelists to talk. The way we want to structure it is I'll talk for a couple of minutes, then we'll go to each person and I'll pose a question, easy question, in-syllabus question, where you try and say something for 3 minutes each, and then I'll come back again and 3 minutes each, and then we'll open up for Q&A, and if there aren't enough questions, we'll go and have a chat among ourselves, right, a fireside or any other kind of chat. Okay. So I first want to start off by saying that the new world order, of course there is technology, it's very important, but there are other tectonic shifts that are taking place in addition to technology. One is the changing demographics in the workplace and in the world. Age, gender, nationality, culture, all these things are changing, and they have as much of a profound impact on the supply and demand as technology does. Then there are geopolitical shifts taking place. And then finally, we don't talk about it as much as I think we should, which is environmental climate change. And all this is happening in a highly interconnected world. whatever happens anywhere is going to impact us across borders and inside borders and inside of it. So in this kind of a sort of roughly defined new world order, it leads to what I used to call VUCA, but now a new word has been given to me, BANI, so thank you very much. So it's BANI, where an additional element is that of pushback by all stakeholders. Right? So you've got to deal with BANI, but in addition there is a pushback, maybe that's coming out of BANI. So that pushback factor in an interconnected world is very crucial for us as we talk about industrial relations. So in this new world order, given BANI plus pushback, how do we unleash the full potential of our workforce to achieve the purpose of the organization and the strategy of the organization? Through innovation and productivity is how I would like to frame the problem that we are addressing. Right? Now, clearly there is work, there is worker, and there is workplace. Clearly there is the hard side of things, there's machines, but as everybody has been stressing, machines everybody will have, technology everybody will have. It's probably the people who will make all the difference to whether we are competitive or not. So when we talk about people, is IR a critical business process like marketing, like human capital, which is mostly about white collar, like R&D, like finance? Is IR becoming a critical business process that is on the radar screen of top management? That's a question I'd like to pose to you. We talk about mostly the organized labor, right? Labor within our factories, but we all have extended supply chains, upstream, downstream. We all use many forms of contractual, I'm using the word contractual labor. Now there is gig workers, platform workers, in the old time it was temporary contract labor. How do you deal with those? It may be a little easier to deal with those who are on our payrolls. But now in an interconnected world, and we learned that and we saw that in the COVID, that life came to a grinding halt when people who were outside of our families stopped coming to work or were forced to go. So how do we handle that? I'd like to pose that as a question. I think we talked about trust. Many people referred to trust. And how do we create trust? Because that is crucial if we are to engage and involve people and tap into their potential so that we can take advantage, if I may dare to use that word, of their full potential towards innovation and productivity. So these are some of the questions that I hope we will cover in some way or the other. And finally, I'd like to leave one question. Do we treat labor as a short-term cost to be minimized, or do we treat labor as one of those rare assets that actually appreciate over time and not depreciate if we invest wisely in them? And are the benefits that we will get far greater than the cost? So this is a question of the mindset. And finally, can an organization and can a nation be competitive if it is not also fair and inclusive? Now I'm very sorry, I'm maybe saying too many things. I'm not expecting you to pick up on all that. Maybe you could pick up on one or the other aspect if you want. So let me now, sort of remaining in syllabus, I love that, and with apologies to you, my dear, brilliant friend, Radisson Sahib. Let me start, I'm just wondering where I should start. Maybe let's start from the left, right? So Akanksha, can you tell us, in what I have roughly described as the new world order, which are one or two aspects that have really impacted your IR strategy, and which aspect of your IR strategy? And could I humbly and respectfully request you and all the panelists that we take not more than 3 or 4 minutes, otherwise we won't get time for interaction. Over to you, Akanksha.
Thank you so much, sir. And before I start off, I think thank you to Maruti Suzuki, to Awanish Dev Memorial Trust for having all of us here and giving us this opportunity. I would just like to confess this is my first in-person panel, and and this is a very august audience that I have in front of me. So I'm looking to learn and share a little bit of what I have experienced. So with that, I will start off. So I think currently just wanted to pick up on the topic itself. When we say the new world order, it's usually in its traditional sense, whenever the world goes through any event of like major, major consequence, be it the world wars, the Gulf War, or anything which gets the international quality together, is when a new world order emerges. And I think the pandemic has been nothing short of that, and that is what has brought us to this point. And in this new world order, as a nation, I think we have gone through the downs and like a pretty tough time in the past 2 years, but we are now a thriving economy, right? And we are raring to go. The 100+ unicorns that have been minted in the past 2 years is just, I think, an example of that. And now we play by our own terms, right? We don't be dictated by what's happening around the world, but as a nation, I think we are in the state of arriving. And the corporate setup is pretty much, to my mind, a reflection of that as well, right? So currently, and how is it reflected, on social platforms? You recently had someone who was forced to leave the platform because he spoke about working 18 hours a day, right? And then on the other side, you have people on the same platform talking about moonlighting and quiet quitting and so on and so forth. So it's chaotic, but I think we are, we have a great opportunity in front of us to really, as organizations, to flex ourselves in all directions and to create that proverbial balance. So I think the new world order for us, or for me, would be flexibility and balance as an organization as the guiding principles.
Thank you, Akansha. So let me just sort of take you a bit by surprise, because I think maybe you were expecting me to go to Salad. I tried to incorporate a little bit of excitement that now created. So tell me, from your point of view, which aspect of the new world order is impacting your organization the most, and which aspect of your IR spend?
Thank you, sir. And that is indeed out of syllabus, because I was waiting for Salil to, so definitely it came by surprise. So thank you, Siddiqui sir, and the entire Maruti leadership team. Greetings, Mrs. Suparna. I have been an alumni of Maruti as well as XISS. For me, this is really kind of heartwarming, and my heartfelt congratulations for hosting this year on year, and all of you for coming here and kind of contributing to this particular cause. If I talk of my industry in terms of new world order, so I would look at the world order is being ruled by the runaway technological boom, which is again a global characterized by global interconnectedness with the advent of 5G and other connectivity tools, which is taking the data speed from 100 Mbps to 10 GB per second, which is mind-boggling, 100 times more the speed which we are experiencing. So this is giving rise to kind of IC engine kind of things of the past. Not necessarily in coming 5 years or 7 years, but definitely what is happening is, instead of car on the wheels, it is becoming computer on the wheels because of the connectedness. And it is also giving rise to the technology like Internet of Things, blockchain, the artificial intelligence, machine learning, these kind of skills which are coming in the forefront for the people to learn at the workplace. So that is very important. And again, the predictive maintenance is one area where it is taking shape now. People are alarmed before the problem comes in your car or in the mobility solutions. So what happens is you change the way you approach the service stations. The supply chain is becoming, because of the system integration and the advanced data analytics, supply chain and logistics solutions are becoming cheaper. Your car showroom is being converted into digital marketplace. So those things are actually weeding away the jobs which are repetitive in nature. And because of that, the jobs of the highly skilled category,
they are coming into fore, and that's where the organization's responsibility is there to enable your people for the high skill so that they don't lose their job. That's very important at present.
Thank you very much, Ratan. So I now move to Sanjit, is it okay? I'm not taking you too much by surprise now. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, it is indeed an honor and a privilege that I'm here and speaking in front of all of us. I passed out from the same college 30 years back, XISS Ranchi, and on a very personal note, till 18th of July 2012, Mr. Awanish Dev was my reporting manager, and again to you, Suparna ma'am, we miss him every day. Coming on to the subject, I have three different perspectives. Number one, the way we are looking at the current generation. We have three different categories of employees to deal with. One, of course, people, irrespective of the fact that whether they are blue collar or white collar, but there are people working on the shop floor and people not working on the shop floor. That is perspective one. Perspective two is the new age millennials, all the generation next with whom we are dealing with, and obviously they are susceptible to the environment, and this susceptibility comes from the influence, maybe it is the peer pressure or anything else, but the environment certainly has a role to play. So we need to match their aspirations the way things have shaped up post-pandemic. And the third, which you mentioned, sir, and very rightly so, is the non-regular category of people. In our parlance, we call them the non-regular or the flexi resource. So that also needs to be addressed accordingly as far as the ER strategy is concerned.
Thank you, Sajid. Thank you. And I turn now to Vishpala.
I think I represent an industry, Rajiv, which is more in the health services and health technology. For those of you who don't know, it's Philips, right? I think the first question on what's changing. There are some things that are changing, there are some things that are not changing. What's not changing is the focus on quality. That's simple. So for us, we stand for patient safety and quality, which has a huge implication on manufacturing or supply chain, right? The second is in terms of what's changing, right? I think the supply chain disruptions, right, both externally as well as internally, it has a huge implication on your ER strategy because it goes down to flex working, it goes down to location of factories, it goes down to country dependence, it goes down to should you really be manufacturing everything in-house. So I think there's a lot that's happening in the ER and the IR world. I'm kind of also picking on your question to say that is that center and square in management teams from a strategy standpoint? I think for a company like Philips, I think so, because supply chain is at the heart of everything we do. We're an innovation first and a product company. But I would say that's probably not the case in at least some of the other organizations that I have worked with. So it's a mixed bag. I think there needs to be more focus for sure.
Thank you, Vishpala. And last but not least at all, Sandeep.
So I'll just look at it from IT and IT-enabled services sector point of view. For us, if you're looking at it at this moment, challenges about the hybrid workplace. Hybrid is going to be the future, and no doubts about that. Pre-pandemic, we were in a place where we had everybody coming into office, and then we moved completely virtual. Overnight, we had to ship desktops, laptops to people's homes. We had people who were in our campus residing for training, freshers out of college, around 10,000 people. We had to evacuate them next 48 hours and ensure that they reach home, etc. So coming from there and looking forward, moving into a hybrid working environment, of course, we have the SSI orders and the government guidelines, which is talking about 50% working from office, etc. But from my point of view, I would look at it in the three sectors. One is there will be a certain set of employees who will want to come to work every day, just like me. That's a small portion. And then you have another set of employees who will want to work permanently from home. Companies are releasing certain set of offers which talks about permanently working from home. And then you have a large population who will want to work in a hybrid model. So how do we enable these people to come to office? They will want to work 2 days at work and 2 days back at home, or maybe 3 days back at home, vice versa. So that's something that we're looking at, and how do you enable that? How do you ensure that we do our employee relations activities in line with managing the whole change management, in balancing the employee needs and the organization up. So that's something.
Thank you. So we've had our first round. Now we'll just start our second round and we'll try and keep it a little brief. And you don't have to cover everything, just cover something which really stands out. So this is about the ER strategy of your organization, and we'll follow the same sort of pattern so that you're not taken by surprise. I apologize. So we'll start with a culture and then we'll go to like this. So tell us, what in the ER strategy of your organization is something that really stands out and that you'd like to share with this audience?
Right. So I think as an organization strategy and ER strategy, I think the code has been how to strike that balance, right? So with the pandemic, travel was obviously the worst hit, and with business being at its lowest, as a business we diversified and we said now let's look at more B2B segments, then look at other geographies and do a whole lot of other things, and look at cost structure at the same time and ensure that the balance is made. On the people strategy, I think we have relooked at a few things, and I think something from what you mentioned as to how do we look at our people now. Earlier we would focus on ring fencing our high potentials, our high performers, and working with them more closely. I think post the pandemic, in the new ER strategy, the focus shifted to critical folks, people who have institutional knowledge, people who've been with the organization, who have invested themselves in the organization. I think now we're investing more in them, and the returns have really paid off. Apart from that, the other thing that I think most of us have done is obviously over communicate through all the umpteen number of channels that we can, so that we just, no news is not good news any longer. So we want to really communicate and really ensure that we're getting to the employee, getting to the teams first before they hear anything from anywhere else, minus the office grapevine. I think that's something that we've been doing. One thing that I think we've done in our performance management systems are, while we've gotten more output driven, more data centric and very number driven, we've killed our rating systems. So now performance appraisals, for example, are only feedback driven. So the conversation is about how the person's done and vice versa, and I think that is the balance that we've been able to create to some extent.
Wonderful. Can I just ask you one question? So in a company like yours, is there any distinction between white collar and blue collar? You don't have anything
not really.
They're all the same.
All white.
I see. Okay, all right. Okay, good. Okay, thank you very much. I come now to Radisson.
Yeah, so again, since there are 3 in-syllabus questions, so I would look at my people's ER strategy from the 3 angles, basically. So one would be definitely career, second is compensation, and third is culture. So if I look at from the career point of view, considering the kind of disruption which is going to happen and which is going to diminish the low-skilled job, I would like to integrate the capability aspect into their careers. So each advancement will be linked to the capability. Whether I can create capability centers in my organization, yes, we should and we must. And then after creating a succession plan and after creating their career plan, their advancement and promotion should be linked, and the reward strategy should be linked. So that is one. So the entire strategy of career would be to create the leaders of tomorrow. The shop floor to top floor approach would be the order of the day. How do we really enable our shop floor people? And I am talking about the people who are working on floors. It's not about white collar people. So how do I enable that they reach to a particular level where they can supervise and manage the entire workforce? That kind of enablement I am talking about. There also we can take the government support, the Skill India mission. They have different programs on that. Different skill levels are integrated, so they can be easily implemented in my organization. Second aspect is compensation. How do I become competitive? Now today's environment, we have talked about demography. The Gen Z in the shop floor who are working, they are also aspirational. They are looking for payment for their contribution, payment for the skill acquired. So that is very important. How do I strategize my compensation where they are rewarded conventionally plus for the skill, knowledge they possess plus the contributions they make. So that is also very important. And the third aspect is culture.
Culture again, I mean, it is said that people are going to forget what you have done and said to them, but they are not going to forget how you made them feel. So basically, how to create that environment of capability building. And for that, 3 pillars are again very important. The alignment with the purpose of the organization, the larger purpose. Then alignment will create the commitment culture. And the third will be capability culture, that is can do. So can do, will do and must do will be the 3 base pillars of my culture that will enable my team performance, individual contributions, and that will impact the overall culture. So how I will like to create and go on for that.
Thank you so much, thank you very much. Salil.
Nathan sir, I was listening to you and I heard you about 3-4 years back also. And in one of the workshops, you had mentioned that for every HR person, what is very important is to understand 3 things. You understand the number of your organization, so you should be on top of it. The second thing which you mentioned, that you understand the process. And the third was context. And I agree with the Kancha that it is important that we communicate, irrespective of the categorization of the employees, we communicate the 3 things very clearly to everyone. That is part 1. Part 2, when I talk about the shop floor, when I talk about the manufacturing working group, apart from the fact that we communicate and we communicate at regular intervals at different platforms, what is more important is to get them engaged all the time. Engagement doesn't come from the activities which you do, because it is more in terms of what suits them, what is right for them in terms of our process, our kind of environment, and that needs to be calendarized in order to handle the work when they are on the shop floor. The second category, as we are now progressing, and there are age-old practices and every organization is gradually trying to migrate. So we are also trying to migrate, so from the very typical level-based organization to role-based organization, and that is the need of the hour. But of course that has to be done with a specific speciality being focused into, and then accordingly we handle the function. And the third is that we have our own practices, guidelines, and that also has to be tweaked or maybe improved over a period of time. Things are changing, as I mentioned earlier also, that the new age workforce, and especially after their experience during the COVID times or post-pandemic, they are used to work in a different kind of an environment, which is more conducive, more comfortable, and still they are productive. So that also needs to be addressed as I look into it.
Thank you very much, Salil. So I come now to Vishpala.
I think, Rajiv, as I was letting the panel speak, I mean, I just want to add, because most of it is quite common, right? If you look at this new age workforce, right, because on the shop floor as well, as you're looking at this flexible model, there are 2 elements. One, from an employer, it's a little bit about how are you investing in those skills? Because if you're taking a lot of freshers, right, it does mean that you have to probably skill them appropriately to ensure that your quality metrics don't drop. From, I think, the workforce standpoint, inclusion becomes very important, because you have different groups or subgroups for, like on the same shop floor, probably they're working on different lines, because many a times it comes down to, I've been here for X number of years, here is this group of people who've just come on board, and we do face some of those sort of questions that come back. So that's why I feel like the focus on inclusion, even on the shop floor, is a big element in addition to just driving culture capability, which I think is a little bit new, at least for us, in the last couple of years, because those demographics are actually changing. So I think, maybe just that in addition to what the other brands say.
Wonderful. Thank you, Vishpala. Thank you. And Sandeep.
Just to add 2 more things. One is we do a lot of investigations, right? It could be in the value evaluation space, or the information security evaluation, or background checks, or in the cost area. While earlier it was much easier because we were sitting face to face and then having this investigation, you could understand the body language of the person, you could understand what the employee is going through. But now moving into this virtual mode, it's very difficult to understand when the person is hiding behind the camera, because it asks the person to come on camera. But still, we have heard cases where people have gone and harmed themselves post-investigation because they realize that they lost their job. And we don't want the company to be in media for wrong reasons, right? So we need to ensure that we build capability of our team members, enable them on how do you manage things more sensitively, and also de-risk organization by following the process and ensure that we edit the law for that. The second area, if you look at it, last few months, we have a lot of people who have joined us new. Of course, you would have heard about the great resignations, etc. So there's a lot of rotation that's happened. Look at 50% of our population are new who have joined us in the last 2 years, who have not probably met their managers face to face, not met their teams, and then the whole social connect is lost. So how do you build this platform and enable people to come into work and then have more social connect, informal connect with their teams, which will enable them to increase the learning curve, collaborate better with the teams, and then of course move into a high performance work culture, which has always been there throughout. That's 2 points that I wanted to add on.
Thank you very much. I think between the 5 panelists and the vast range that they have covered, we have I hope they conveyed some information, but I also hope that we have provoked some questions. So we would now like to open up for some questions and be guided by what your interest is. So could we start? Maybe, I know there are sort of very big heavyweights sitting up in front, but before I come to you, could we go to the back of the hall? Would any of the students have any questions to ask? Sorry, let me just say. Is this working? It is working. Okay. So, so let me ask. Any questions from our young friends at the back of the hall? Any questions at all? Okay. So there are no questions. So let's come to the front of the hall. Are there any? There is. Yes, there is one question. Thank God. Otherwise, we would have to start planting some questions.
Good afternoon, sir.
Oh.
Sir.
He goes first.
Oh, there is somebody at the back. Oh, wow. Okay, great. Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, as you are working with labors, industrial labors are structured and organized, but on the other hand, India is one of the largest unstructured labor market. So how can we solve that problem?
Okay, so that's a very big and powerful question. Would anyone in the panelists like to take that? So the question, as I have understood it, is that a large part of India's workforce is unorganized, right? And how do you deal with that unorganized workforce? Was that the question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah? Okay. All right.
One is definitely through government machinery. So what they have done is the new wage code which has come on labor, so which is going to be implemented. I mean, this is work in progress kind, and because of various issues in the state and the center, it is on the way actually. So it has covered a large part of unorganized sectors in terms of their social security and other aspects. So it is going to benefit the unorganized sector also. As far as their wages is, the concept of floor wages have also come. Then the working hours, the social security measures, all are covered in that. So that is one structural change which is going to happen, and it is going to bring a huge change in the society. Second aspect, many companies, what they are doing is they are definitely supporting through their CSR fund. So large part of working population, how to enable them and to come and join the industry or otherwise. So skill building is another part which is a lot of companies are taking care, including Hero MotoCorp. Us also we are running many programs for the women and the children of the villages, and that is quite structured. So these are the two ways which can be impact the people in the society, those who are in unorganized sector. Hope I answered your question.
Thank you, Ratan.
And just to add to what Mr. Ratan Agarwal just said, the government also is trying to address the question in form of the new labor code. The new labor code, apart from the fact that whatever has been given in the new wage code, it is also asking you to direct all your channels to work for the non-regular category of employees, which means the manpower mix ultimately will have different categories. So including the fixed term employment which has been provided for is something to address the unorganized sector itself, so that there is a system which is available to manage that kind of workforce.
Registration portal is also being created
Yes.
for that. Okay, thank you. So I just want to say, I just completed, can I just add? So I just want to say, somebody, I think it was mentioned that I'm connected with the International Labour Organization, and a very, very big issue for the ILO is what they call the informal workforce, which in India is somewhere around 90% of the total workforce. And how do we ensure decent work and social justice, to use ILO terminology, for them? And the huge focus there is on skill, on providing information and social security. So these are the three things that the ILO is focusing on. And the question which we always are struggling with is, will the Western world use labor standards as a non-tariff barrier to make the sort of developing world less competitive? So there's a balance. I think somebody used the word balance. There's a lot of balancing that's required. But thank you very much for raising this question. It's a very vital and crucial question for not only companies but for the nation as a whole. Because if we have a large part of the workforce which is not going to be happy, which is not going to be skilled, which is not going to be productive, which is not going to be innovative, India loses and there could be a huge social disruption. So it's a really important question. Thank you very much. Yes, please. Next question. There is another question at the back. Oh, acha, three. Then let me just take this, then I'll come there, if you don't mind, right? Because I think she stood up. I'll come to you. My apologies. I will come to you, definitely. Thank you so much. I'll come there.
And if so, how can we actually go about it?
Okay, the question, since the people at the back may not have heard the first part of it, could you just repeat the question, please, so that then we can get to the answer?
So basically I have two questions. The first question is, so both the questions are related to hybrid work culture. And my first question is that, can we think of bringing hybrid work culture in manufacturing setup? And if so, how can we go about it? That is my first question. My second question is, how can we strike a right balance between making people happy and yet having good profits?
Very good.
So these are the two questions.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So we'll take them one by one. So I guess the two people who are from the manufacturing, or three actually from the manufacturing, why don't you take a stab at it?
So maybe I can just start. I mean, firstly, the question that you asked is on top of mind of a lot of companies, a lot of workers as well, right? But the honest answer is, at least for us, we haven't figured it out, okay? And I think that we're at a stage where it's difficult to foresee, because if you look at the manufacturing setup, right, it still means operating something. There still is an element of touch and feel, right? So at least the approach that we have taken in the company, it's not related to you as an individual or me as an individual. If you have certain types of roles, so if the definition is basis the type of roles where you have clearly defined parameters, so all we tell people is, as long as you're doing this process or this role, you know, hybrid is probably something that will not work. But if you're aspiring for a hybrid role, then the focus should be to move from this particular process related to the focus on career movements to a role where hybrid is possible. So then the conversation is not about being unfair, but the conversation is about being transparent on principles, and then everyone has to make choices. Having said that, at least we haven't yet sought for pure hybrid on the shop floor because of this. We look at these roles as 100% office roles.
See, except for manufacturing vehicles, everything else is possible on a hybrid mode. And why I'm saying this, that after the pandemic, especially after the first phase, where the lockdown was a little longer and we were asked to operate again, so we took some time in order to actually see that our manufacturing facility is conducive to social distancing, the various protocols which needs to be followed. And as I mentioned, we had to actually make changes even on the shop floor or on the conveyor line in order to accommodate the protocol. And that was done precisely to see that all other restrictions are followed and we still manufacture the vehicles the way we were doing earlier. Depending upon the role, depending upon the nature of work, hybrid model is something which is certainly applicable. We are doing right now also, and most of the functions, we follow the hybrid model. At the same time, whatever support is to be given, that is being provided.
Thank you, Ratan. Building on to both the panelists, one thing is we should concentrate in manufacturing industry is we should concentrate on the roles which can be included in the hybrid working, irrespective of the people who are doing at the grades which are involved in it. So when we are talking about particular roles on the manufacturing shop floor, it will be difficult, definitely, as Salil said. But there are many areas where the blue collar, the workers, contract laborers, even the temporary workers are involved. For example, in R&D, the gas modeler, the R&D technicians, there are many areas. So if we allow them to use the hybrid model, then we send a message that it is not the grade of people which is important. It is the role which is going to take this particular thing into account, whether to go for hybrid working or not. So once that is communicated, and second aspect which Pala said was like the roles which are important, and in terms of what's your point? Principles, yeah. So working principles are very important. Now once you communicate to that to the people understand, and there is a principle of equity which is already there, and people understand that. So communication is very important in this aspect.
Thank you. At one point.
Yeah, sorry, please. Yeah.
Even in IT sector, it's not that 100% the workforce will be working will be in a hybrid mode. There are certain departments which will have to come to office. For example, facilities. They were always in office 100%. Finance takes the call. HR is looking forward to having people, the team being back in office, because HR is have to interact with people. There are certain projects where, based on client requirements, people will have to come into office and work in a secured environment throughout. So some of these things are not 100% hybrid. So there are certain departments, certain based on client needs, we will have to ensure that it has to be 100% work from home.
Thank you, Sandeep. I hope we have answered your question to some extent, right? So we'll go back. Yes, young lady.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ananya and I'm from GL Bajaj Institute of Management. So my question is, what are the challenges which will be faced by the industrial relationship managers in the near future, and how to handle ER issues?
Okay, who would like to answer that? Yeah.
Yes, specific. I think we spoke about moonlighting. I think that's what the IT sector is actually seeing. So in simple terms, what is moonlighting? I think this was something that was coined somewhere in Europe long back. The people used to work in parallel in the night time doing moonlight hours. So that's how moonlighting came into picture. In simple terms, it means dual employment. We have seen people, at least we have seen a case where a person is working in 7 different organizations at the same time. And how does it do it? It doesn't work 24 hours. Basically, they escape getting onto projects, try and be on bench, avoid coming into office, not getting calls, insubordination, etc. So at least from an IT sector point of view, I don't think we have that right to accept moonlighting. There are certain organizations who have already announced that they have terminated X number of people for that. Certain have been looking into it. And then that will lead into different kinds of issues like project issues, etc. That is one. The second area that we are facing challenges on impersonation, where because of the virtual interviews, etc. happening, and the great resignations, because of which companies are hiring much more number of people because of lots more people. We have seen people faking interviews, somebody else taking an interview on behalf of another person. So we have looked at, analyzed and seen which are the pockets which are potential in terms of getting this kind of fake people into office, and then we looked at moving into a face-to-face interviews, at least in these locations to start off with. So these are the two things that we have seen, at least the challenges, the new ones that have come up now because of the change in the working environment.
Would anyone else in the panel like to respond? Yeah, please, go ahead.
I think the question is also the role of an IR manager, right? Like what should they be looking at, graduating, etc. I think the core still remains the same, right? I think for most of our roles in HR, whether it's ER or non-ER, the core is still the same. But what is changing, I think, is the context. The context is we're living in a world where, there's too much change. So the ability to probably look at the bigger picture, because at the end of the day, an ER strategy done by an ER manager cannot be in isolation. I think it applies to any facet of HR. So as long as it's business focused, business linked, and we're probably flexible to ensure that we can adapt, right? Because who thought of the wage code that was coming? Did we know it 5 years ago? We didn't know. And now there is lots of downstream. So how do you adapt? How do you change as a function? I think that would be the only additional aspect.
If I may, sorry, Kansha, please.
No, I want to speak about the previous question which we haven't answered yet, the happy employee one. We'll finish this and then we'll get that.
Okay, sorry. So I want to add my two-bit, right? Like Mr. Nathan said, I'm not an expert, the experts are sitting here. But I think the basic approach of the IR manager and of an HR manager is, I'm not here to command and control. I'm here to find out ways to create the factors or the culture which can bring out the best in people towards achieving the purpose and the goals of the organization. So I think that, to my mind, is a very, very basic shift that a lot of us require, to move from command and control to enabling the full potential of people to come out, to get unleashed in the context of the purpose and the goals of the organization. I don't know whether that makes sense, but I think that's to me, that is the core. So now we come back to the second question, right, about happiness.
Yes,
Is there a conflict between happiness and profit? That was the question.
Yes, and how do you make a happy employee?
Okay, so I think maybe let's talk about, is there a conflict? How do you make a happy employee? I guess, there are many ways. But I think a key question, yes, is that your key question?
So I think, okay, I could just answer that. So I think the supposition here is, or the hypothesis is that happiness and productivity don't go hand in hand. But I think that's where I would disagree. I think they're absolutely mutual and one cannot come without the other. So someone who's not in the best frame of mind and, engaged with what they're doing, enjoying what they're doing, it's never going to result in productivity and the business numbers. And I just want to take an example of MMT here. So I think Make My Trip for the longest time has been known for its fun at work initiatives, right? And we've won many accolades for it. I think now the focus is to translate that fun at work to enjoying what you do, right? So it's not just about having fun in some engagement initiatives, but can we make the work itself more meaningful, more enjoyable? And the first thing we've done in that regard is, once we've come back from the pandemic, we've sent every team on an offsite, to get in the new members who join the organization and just to rebond, get to know each other better, hopefully translating back to working better together. So that's one thing. And another thing I think which keeps people engaged and happy at work is when they keep learning and don't get into the monotony of work. So job rotations, like for example, I've been in Make My Trip for 7 years and this is my probably 5th or 6th role that I do here. So I think these small initiatives really ensure that people remain happy and business will follow for sure.
I think Ratan wants to say something on happiness, right?
Building on to that, on happiness. Happiness, again, we'll have to understand in the organization what happiness means to our people. Now, in the organization, there are 4 generations which are working together. Depending on the age of the organization, you have the kind of age of people which they are working. In manufacturing setup, maximum people from the generation X then Gen Y, and then now Gen Z has come into the workforce. Now this equation is going to change very fast in coming 10 years and this particular decade. Now we'll have to understand the need of the people. Each generation has different need, and how do we really create our HR and IR initiatives around those themes which each generation is looking at. So that is very important. Gen Z, for example, I was reading a study, a recent study, and there it was like Gen Z is always, they do not like micromanagement at all. They are looking for not only coaching but laser coaching. Span of attention is very low, and they want to like to be engaged. Regular feedback to be given to them. They are not afraid of feedback, but they want to have their bosses working like a buddy. Now this is the need of the Gen Y, not Gen Y but the Gen Z. Now again we have to understand what happiness means to Gen Y and the Gen X, and then accordingly design our policies.
Thank you very much. There are just 4 minutes left. So we can take one sharp, quick question, and there'll be one sharp. I'm sorry, we just, maybe we can engage outside. You can catch hold of whichever panel member you want to ask a question. I'm really sorry, but from this side, all right, I'm overruled. Yes, sir. Please. So who is your question addressed to? Because whoever it is has to answer in 2 minutes. So no, then let's choose one. Choose one person, please. Not anyone. One person, please. Salil. Okay.
Post-COVID, there has been a couple of changes in the policy guidelines, and we have just recently announced some for the people apart from the shop floor manufacturing, that they would have some flexibility in terms of work timings. They will have some flexibility in terms of work from home, and we are trying to implement this on a experiment basis with some verticals, and in case it works fine, we will certainly extend to the other verticals also. At the same time, there are certain new trends setting in. People need flexibility in terms of how do they dress on a Friday, and then what kind of arrangements can be made in terms of their likes and dislikes. So that also is something which we have just recently announced, and we are working on it.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. You also want to come in, Vishwa?
Very quickly, I think, post-COVID, lots of changes, right? Especially in the benefit space. If you look at it in terms of insurance coverages, in terms of a lot of people you see, if you go and, because we have a flexible benefits model, I think it's very important to give people choices. So right now the trade-offs that you would never expect, a young 20-year-old person, they actually want to buy maybe a 20 lakh insurance. So this concept of flexibility in benefits, I think is one, obviously with hybrid, right? Like we looked at lots of policies. Earlier we would only give telephone, mobile, now it's broadband, right? So it's simple things, home office sort of setup. So I would say, it's too short for me to tell you, but I think like that is a core, I think watch out for every HR person. There's lots to do. It comes with a cost and a trade-off. So it's not plus. You have to take away some and you have to modify some.
Great, thank you. So, I'm really sorry those people who had questions and we couldn't answer. So this is actually the success of this panel, that we have generated questions which we didn't have time to answer. So I apologize humbly and respectfully to those who want to ask questions and we have not been able to address them. B, I would like to suggest that if you are really interested, catch hold of whoever panelist you wanted to ask your question in the lunch break and ask them. So let me just end, since we have a few seconds left. I think what we are seeing is that many beliefs and sort of sacred cows that we accepted have been challenged and are being challenged. And I think it's very important for us not to blindly follow what we have heard. One of the most influential books I have read in my life is a book called How Dangerous Half-Truths and Total Nonsense. This is a book written by Pfeffer and Sutton of the Stanford Graduate School of Business, and it's worth a read. Siddiqui Saab, you know, we blindly keep following what we are told. Jack Welch said the force curve is God's gift to mankind. We all went that way. Many of us felt very uncomfortable with it. It was destroying teamwork, for example. But wahan se aa gaya, Harvard Business School wrote about it, so we blindly followed it. It took Google or Amazon or one of those people to start challenging it, and now nobody wants to go that way. So I think it's very important for us to challenge beliefs that may not necessarily apply, and COVID and the new world has done that, and we have seen plenty of examples. That's the basic message I'd like to leave for the audience, and I don't know whether you agree with me or not, but it's really important to know that many things that we are told are the right thing to do may be absolutely the wrong thing to do in our context, and we should come to our own judgment. So thank you very much. Outstanding panel. What a privilege for me. What a great learning for me from what you said and from your questions. So thank you very much. Good luck. God bless.
I would request the panel members to stay back. Thank you, Mr. Rajiv and the panel members for their insights and for sharing the best practices from their organization, from the industry at large. I would now request Mr. Siddiqui to please come up on stage and felicitate Mr. Rajiv.
Before I felicitate to the honors Rajiv, let me share a little backstage development. Few days back I got an emergency message that Rajiv, because of some Mahindra exigency, will not be able to be present here on 28th. He will be traveling. So we got into a little scurrying emergency, and I requested Dwarka for that you fill in and handle it. Then Dwarka agreed. And day before yesterday, Rajiv informed me that that emergency has been handled, travel is postponed, so I am coming, just listening to the whole participation. And yesterday evening, Dwarka gave me a shocker that he has got some emergency, so he will not be able to join today for it. I had this backup of Rajiv Duvitam already, fortunately. So again I went back to Rajiv. So I told him, भाग्य का चक्र आपको Awanish Dev Memorial में लाने के लिए मजबूर करता है. So here is Mr. Rajiv Dubey, finally.
I would now request Mr. Rajesh Uppal to join us on stage and felicitate Vishpala. I would now request Mrs. Suparna to join us on the stage and felicitate Mr. Sullivan. I would now request Mr. R.S. Kalsi, if he's there. Okay. I would now. Sure. I would request Mr. Yuvraj Srivastav to join us on stage and felicitate Mr. Ratan Agrawal. I would now request Mr. Varinder Verma on stage. He is the head of HR and transformation at Maruti Suzuki. Sir, can we have you on stage and please felicitate Mr. Kansha. I would now request Mr. Manoj Agrawal to join us on the stage and felicitate Sandeep. Thank you everyone once again for investing your time with us. We would now move to the most energetic and fun-filled section of the day, the student panel discussion. The panel would be deliberating on emerging contours of human relations at workplace. To moderate the session, we have with us Dr. G.P. Rao. He is the founder of GPR HR Consulting. Dr. G.P. Rao has spent 37 years in HR and general management with SAIL, Birdlas and Reliance India in India and Malaysia. He has a passion for mentoring, moderation, knowledge sharing and networking. Welcome, sir. I would now invite
Mr. G.P. Rao. Now we have the most important and most interesting session, and especially for students who are here, it will be very beneficial. So please be seated, please be attentive. After this session, we will be having the lunch. So I will request all audience to please be seated. Please be seated, all the audience. Yeah.
So I would like to call upon stage Saksham. He is a student from IMT Ghaziabad. Then I would like to call Rishita. She is a student from IMI New Delhi. Alipriya from MDI Gurgaon. Shalini from XISS Ranchi. Priyanshi from LDISM. And Ronak from XLRI. Welcome.
Namaste. I know. Just last session before lunch, we don't want to even reply to a namaste. Namaste. Last session, 4 challenges. One challenge number 1. He is moderator, is not fluent in English, he uses Hindi. So challenge number 1. Challenge number 2, it is just before lunch. Challenge number 3, the panelists have to give answers, promises which they have to fulfill. It is not corporate plan that we signed once. I was in a company who prepared a corporate plan for 15 years and every boss signed it without reading. I said, how come it's so easy? He said, we will not be there when the plan is implemented. Whereas these people, whatever they'll say, they have to implement. That's the challenge for you. Challenge for the audience is, you have questions for them, but somewhere, something called ego comes down the way. Said, how can I ask a question to students? So that's the challenge for you. We'll overcome all the challenges. Just before lunch, we'll make it interesting. Okay, that is challenge number 1. Challenge number 2, if I say something in Hindi, The neighbors will translate for the people who do not understand Hindi. So that is challenge number 2. Challenge number 3. So they will be very cautiously, consciously, constructively, creatively make promises that they will fulfill. Okay? That's the challenge number 3. Challenge number 4. Audience will take the courage, stand up and ask questions, seek clarification from the students who will run industrial relations in the future. So all 4 we are solving. Now challenge number 1, we said we'll make it interesting. What do you mean by interesting? See, any panel discussion is actually like a pravachan. So we can only do that the pravachan or the vachan will be of good nature, very competent vachan, I'll ensure. The second one is the pravachan. The panelists are very good, so I can do that. But the third component is very important. We need srotas for a pravachan to succeed. But unfortunately, even if Nathan gave those statistics that all the 10% people are here, but I have a doubt that in a pravachan samaroh, besides srota, there are 4 other categories. The second category is a category called sota. And if the neighbor tells him, boss, you are sleeping, he will react. No, he is not only passive, inactive, he is reactive. The third category is a category called sarota. Sarota is an instrument used in many parts of our country to cut betel nut. Supari काटने का यंत्र को सरोता बोलते हैं. Basically WhatsApp. मैंने यहाँ आप कुछ और कर रहे हो. हाँ, यहाँ बैठे कुछ और कर रहे हो. That is sarota category. Sarota category is the people who will be near the exit doors. No? People who are there already in the group photo. Now there is no requirement. Uppal San has gone. Sudhiki San has gone. So they will go away. So this category called sarata category. And the last category is there is a category called sushupta. They will be doing WhatsApp, but they will give a face that they are srotas. I said, how come they don't listen to the pravachan, but how come they said they'll stand up and said, this panel was very, very interesting. Lot of insight, lot of ideas, lot of thought. So no cost. Then they'll say, this panel, there are a lot of examples. Can you give one more example? That is his question you ask. So that's the making of srota. So one answer, we will make that. I will ensure that my friends here, 6 of them, top B schools, top students, scholarship holders, the future IR managers, the future trendsetters are here. So I will ask him simple questions, but they will have to give us complicated answers. Otherwise they will not like it. Okay. So question number one is, why we have chosen a topic, changing contours of human relations at the workplace. I said, why? Is there something changed? Do you think there is something that happened? Are there any changes happening? So that we would discuss this issue of human relations, very basic. What changes have happened? You can start, I think, Charlie, you can start.
So, I would like to start by first thanking the entire audience, and I would like to thank the Maruti Suzuki and the entire XISS community to give me the opportunity to speak.
On behalf of all of them. Yes. Percentage will take a lot of time.
Okay.
Please thank you all on behalf of the panelists. Okay.
Yes. So I thank you. So I would like to thank entire Maruti Suzuki Limited on behalf of the entire panelists or student panelists sitting here for giving us the opportunity. And so coming now to the subject, what is the challenge? What is the major?
What changes?
What are the changes which is happening? So first change which I would like to talk about is the revolution which is happening in the information technology, and with that there has been very much technological advancements. So which it has changed the business processes, and it has led to the hyper automation in the workplace, and it has replaced the age-old paperwork which we used to do.
So I take technology as one
change.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we'll go to Alipriya.
Hello everyone. So according to me, one of the major changes is that there's a lot of focus on diversity and inclusion, and also these days we are focusing a lot on the belongingness of the employees.
Is it a focus or there is a changes happened?
Sir, I believe that right now we are focusing, but efforts should be directed towards promoting belongingness.
So that's one change.
Yes.
One change. Yeah. Yeah. Chacha?
Hi. So I would like to speak about motivation. So I feel that the things that people get motivated by are changing with the new generation. They used to get motivated by extrinsic factors generally, but now they focus more on learning, feeling a sense of belongingness, feeling like they are contributing to a cause.
Triggers of motivation have changed.
Right.
Yeah, Rishika.
Hi everyone. So sir, I believe that the very basic reason for all this here, all this discussion is that the priorities of the employees have changed. And to clarify, by employees I don't mean only the technical or the functional workforce which is there, but every member which is present within an organization, all the way from a janitor to a white collar executive. So we have seen that people now want recognition, acknowledgement. So only the monetary benefits are not the things which people focus on. So
not the monetary benefit, it is recognition.
It is recognition, acknowledgement.
Great insight. We were doing a research in a particular belt. What motivates blue collar workers? We got 3 answers. Said blue collar, very basic. He said 3 चीज से वो लोग प्रभावित होते हैं, प्रोत्साहित होते हैं. He said 3 चीज क्या है? He said एक तो है थाली. थाली means let's have food together, let's have tea together, let's have walk together. So that is one. The second one is theli. Theli means paisa, incentive, overtime. That's one second. I said only one? No. All 3 combination. What is third one? They said tali. If I do a good job, somebody should clap for me. If our panelist has come out with something good, you should clap for that. The combination of the 3 is the bonding, is the compensation, it is the recognition. And our panelist says the recognition need is higher. In that 100 he says the recognition need is higher. Wonderful. Yeah.
So can I
So I'll start off the statistic which says that 200 million work days are lost every single year due to mental health conditions. So mental health is something which we've seen a recent upsurge in, not just in mental illnesses but also in due to unfair work conditions. So for me, mental health is something which takes the top standing when it comes to discussing human relations.
So one change or one discovery is lots of mental stress cases. Yeah.
I think according to me, organizations are now adapting to new management styles. So they are opting for open door policies. They are including in participative management that opens the door for all the employees to have an easy access to the decision making, to discussion with their top management.
Management styles have changed. Okay. So each one has got one. Anyone wants to add one more change that necessitates a discussion on human relations? Any other change that has happened over the years?
Sir, inclusive growth is also one thing which has come into picture very recently. Growth for everybody.
Anyone else? Any other change?
One thing that we are observing is that after the Great Resignation, one more thing has come up is Great Re-Evaluation. So in that, what the employees are focusing on is that where they want to work and how they want to work. So in that, we are going to the remote working and the hybrid working culture. So that is the change.
So the choices, yes, so that's one change. So people decide the workplace. You know how many workplaces are there? 21. We thought home, office, factory, coffee shop, friend's place, go out, so many. Everything is a workplace. So they decide from where they want to work. I mean, that's a change. That's a change. Yes. Any other change that happened? You say hello.
Yeah. So one more change which has recently come up is this phenomenon called white quitting. Which is when workers just do the bare minimum to meet their workers, when there's no more a concept of going beyond what is expected, looking to move out of your comfort zone, achieve more than what you need.
That's one thing. So anyone else wants that? We'll move on.
If I may. So these days, also as we mentioned about the Great Resignation, so employees want to be valued. It is not only the expectations. Yes, and it is not only the expectations that are to be met by the employees, but also the employers have to keep up to the expectations of the employees.
Employees wants to be valued. That means we have to create values where we value addition by an employee. They want to be valued. Employees want to be valued. Wonderful point. Okay, we'll ask the audience before we go to the second round. Is there any other change that has happened in the industrial world that necessitates a relook of the human relations? Any other change or panel? Yes, sir, Mr. Kaushal. No mic, sir. ऐसी बोलिए.
See, today's generation, and of course not only today's generation but the older people also, are very much used to hyper communication.
Okay.
Through WhatsApp, etc.
Okay.
Now, as HR manager, how will you respond
Okay.
to the
Okay. Understood, sir.
of hyper communication?
Understood, sir. Hyper communication is one change. Okay, sir. Understood. Kaushal, sir. Hyper communication. Anyone else which we have missed? Any other change that has happened? They said technology. They said yes. Now, one change that you will tell us, not marketing. One change.
But now the change is happening that now employees are also becoming a god.
Yeah, very
Now you have to balance between
wonderful. Wonderful. I will give you one example of Amazon. Amazon delivery boy, so engagement level is evaluated on a daily basis. The company is bothered whether the delivery boy is happy doing his job. It's not the customer engagement. They said the delivery boy is happy doing the job, the customer will be anyway happy. Yes, we need to change. Thank you, Professor, for bringing out. Yeah. You are from Sri Ram Systems? Yeah. So you tell your question, one change. Yeah. No, one. Diversity, they have covered. They have covered. Okay. Sustainability is a change, you are saying? Okay. Sustainability is trend. Okay. We'll move on. Yeah, last row. Poor people, they don't have a mic also. Can you shout and say? Yes, you are audible, even if you are not. Go ahead. Yes. Organizations are spending time on well-being, not just wellness. That's one change. Well-being.
Yes, so
Okay.
one of the
Thank you.
example I would like to quote.
No example. Well-being. We come to you. Otherwise, the panelists will have nothing to say. So we will move on. Now we'll say human relations. When I was talking to them on a Zoom call, they said human relations is nothing but a relationship, rishta. They said just rishta. Rishta, why it's so important? Sir, rishta ban jata hai, rishta nibha nahi pate. But what does it mean? So then we discussed, we reminded of a poem, Uttar Pradesh, Hindi belt. He said, रेती से रेती लिखना आसान है. रेती में रेती से रेती लिखना आसान है, लेकिन पानी से पानी लिखना कठिन है, क्योंकि रिश्ता बनाना इजी है, रिश्ता निभाना डिफिकल्ट है. तो अगर we discuss about रिश्ता निभाना. They want to discuss रिश्ता निभाना. Then I asked you a question now, which I couldn't ask them during my Zoom call. What do you mean by this human relations between whom? Is it moderator panelists or something else? When you say human relations at workplace, relations between whom? Anybody can answer. We'll try to capture.
So employee.
Employer, one group. Any other?
So the clients, the managers.
Oh, clients.
Yeah.
The outside clients.
Yes.
Oh, clients. See, they said they're also human beings. They recognize that. Wonderful.
I think an overlooked thing is gig workers with the HR.
Yeah, he said different categories of workers are there. So every category with them a relationship. Wonderful.
Sir, I would say for me the middle level managers and the upper level managers also have a very important
He
relationship
says
for
it
them.
is not management, worker management, union, middle management, upper management, junior management, middle management, junior. I mean that's also a relationship. Yeah, wonderful. Yeah.
So I'm going to go one level higher and say the relationship between the C-suite and the upper management, because that's what defines the culture of the company. I believe it's a top-down.
So he is seen from a macro level. Ultimately, that relationship also is important.
I think I'll take the wider aspect society, which we are catering to. Every organization is catering to the society, so I think...
Absolutely, absolutely. That means when we talk about human relations, relationship with fellow human beings with whom we might have an employment relationship, commercial relationship, an emotional relationship, a social relationship, an economic relationship, or a spiritual relationship. But as long as they are human beings, human relations good. But then we will limit our discussions to human relations at the workplace. Okay? So when you say human relations at the workplace with so many stakeholders, so I thought I will discuss with you. First is important is culture. If the culture is not done, the strategies will fail, practices will fail, promises will not fail, all that will happen. So first thing probably let us discuss about building a good culture that enables nurturing, enabling, conducive, for all these relationships. This is one I want to discuss with you. Second, I want to discuss with you on you choose one. Choose one. What else you want to discuss? One is the culture to discuss. Anything else you want to discuss? Competencies I'll give at the end. Anything else? Practices? Okay. So they want to discuss about, now we have understood the changes, we understood the relations, the need, what is the ask. Now they say how to set up a good culture that enables, that promotes, that nurtures good human relations. Okay? Let's discuss. Anyone can start. I mean, you decided, so you have to answer also.
I think when we are talking about developing a culture, so it is very important to consider inclusive leadership. Inclusive leadership is a type that assures everybody is being valued, they are being treated respectfully, and they are being recognized for their efforts. So it has been...
One is inclusion, the other is reward. So this is the culture. Anyone else? Culture, we are defining culture like octaves.
So as I emphasized on belongingness, so it is really important that employees and workers feel belong to their workplace.
Yeah. Sense of belongingness, feeling of belongingness.
So we can promote this using inclusive
So
language and open
this is what is
communication.
required. Sense of belongingness, feeling of belongingness. Good point. Sorry.
So I want to say that when the managers are discussing with the subordinates or appreciating, so there should be a regular feedback. So a regular feedback should be given to the employees, like how they should perform, and also they should be appreciated for their efforts and not only the results.
Appreciated we have taken. She said good culture means the good communication, receiving and giving feedback. So if that is there, it's a good culture. Means samvad. Then feedback. I don't feedback what is the exact Hindi word, I don't know. But samvad, communication, conversation. Okay. If anybody has got the correct word of feedback, let me know. Yeah, next one.
So I think that employees would love to see that their work, where is it being used, how is it being used, a little bit of transparency where it goes.
Paridarshita, that means transparency. They would like to see whether he is connected with the purpose of the organization, what he does, he wants the linkage, he wants to see whether he is able to add value to something. He wants to know, wants to see. That's it. Culture.
Sir, I believe that fair and just practices are very important. Fairness, very important. Everyone should get their due recognition of hard work, and it should not be a GZT culture.
She said, good culture is fairness. Okay, so that will help human relations.
So I feel like best culture is one where an employee feels safe to express themselves. So it's not safety in just terms of physical safety.
Powerful thing he says, feeling safe. It is not safe from enemies. It's not. When we talk about safety, we are not talking of machine safety or the security safety, emotional safety. In this company, can I express my views? In this company, can I take risks? In this company, can I experiment? In this company, can I talk about job rotation? I mean, that safety, does he feel safe? That's emotional safety. Wonderful point. The psychological safety. Very good point. Yeah.
I think one of the most important point is motivation as well. Self-motivation, self-empowering, and the growth aspects.
So, good culture promotes self-motivation. She says, carrot and stick is okay. then if the composition of the self-motivation is high, total is 100. We're all motivated, some because of the career, some because of the fear, some because of the self, intrinsic. He said if that component is higher, if the culture promotes self-motivation, and she also used the word empowerment. She used the word empowerment. So, you like define what's empowerment?
Empowering not just as a human being but as an employee, as an asset
No,
of the
empowerment is
organization.
definition. No, I'll make it simple because people from Ranchi will understand that. There is a title called DAS in Orissa, Bengal and Bihar, DAS, 3 words used. Direction, autonomy, support. If you provide these 3, the fellow gets a feeling of empowerment. Just giving margadarshan, it's not empowerment. Just giving freedom, it's not empowerment. Just giving the feeling of support. It's a combination of the 3. And it's a multiplication formula. D multiplied by A multiplied by S. Any 1 is 0, answer is 0. That is empowerment. So we have done this. Now we'll move on. We'll move to the practices. Now you must have done research. You must have studied. Many people must have come and given you guest lectures. You must have Googled any good practices that you have noted, or you think it is possible to do good practices. They promote human relations or nurture human relations, strengthen human relations accordingly. Any good practices you come across, maybe from your own institution also you can say. If any organization also you can say. Good practices. Yeah, anyone can start.
So, promoting good culture at workplace, this is not only one person's job or just the HR's job. So it should be at every level, and that's why the inclusion of leadership is also very important. Open communication must be there with the leaders as well with the managers.
You are saying it's not HR?
Not only HR, but it is the job of every single person at the workplace to instill the culture.
Wonderful. It's one good practice is every manager has to be a human relations manager. Wonderful. Next one. This is a good practice.
Adding to this, we can use the technical word which is upward communication, wherein an employee has the liberty to directly communicate with the upper level manager and not follow the process, the traditional processes which are there.
In a company, if people can make upward communication with ease, that's a good practice. If people are encouraging, no, you do a town hall, 15 minutes to talk, 45 minutes to have a conversation. So that's a good practice. If somebody is raising his hand, when I look at him, he is doing like this. I know his name also, but I don't want to expose him. Yeah.
So speaking of communication, so the 2 organizations that previously worked
you are talking about one good practice?
Yep. So which is there should be an excess communication, especially top down from upper management to the basic lower workers. Because I have both organizations working, there's always a disconnect between what upper management expected and what we thought was expected. So they say the only thing that can go wrong in communication is absolutely no communication.
Very good. It's not communication from bottom to up. Doesn't mean you have to communicate what the boss wants, what the boss likes. No, what you feel is right. If you are able to do that, that's what we call it assertive communication. You want to say what you want to say without disrespecting the other person. So that's what they are saying. It is what Man Ki Baat, and you will make it a color if it or not. Man Ki Baat bolna, that's it. That's what. Next one.
So another one would be making sure that when you give a goal or when you give a task, having some guidelines along with it so that it makes the errors much, it decreases the errors a lot by having a guideline.
So good culture is, good culture, we give job description, we give it enabler, we give a manual, we give a facilitator, we give an enabler, that's what he says. If you tell him how to do it, that direction, that's the D part actually, the D part, clear direction, giving them a GPS, that's a good practice. So many companies, when they join during the induction, the management makes a presentation with the new joining. This is your role, these are our expectations, these are our resources, this is how we will review your performance, these are the rewards of performance, all that is presented to the company. So very good practice. Any other good practice?
Another good practice can be respect for each other, not just on the basis of their work, but also for the failures that we face.
respect for each other, and also
For the failures.
failures. Hindustan Petroleum Corporation, somebody said, oh, pagal hai. Do you know they introduced a trophy for the biggest failure in the organization? There are 52 entries. The trophy name is HPCL Aparajit. People have to come and share their failure stories and what are the learnings, so that in future somebody attempts to do the same thing, you will not repeat those mistakes. Similarly, when you try out something, you will make a lot of learnings for people. So they do that. That's the culture. I'll give you an example of HPCL. The trophy name is HPCL Aparajit.
So one more thing is that there should be sensitization in the entire work culture, so that because we are having diverse groups, so we should practice sensitization of the
culture.
Yeah.
So what they're saying is, when you go to campus recruitment, tell them about our culture in a transparent manner. Tell them, in our company hierarchy works. In our company, only this is how communication is done. In our company, we value these contributions. If you are a banya buddhi strong guy, in our company you will get a faster promotion. Tell them, no, upfront. That's what they say. Sensitize them with our culture. That's a good culture. That's a good culture. Any other culture?
Also, the opportunities that are there in the organization, that should be open to all. And also research shows that many people don't even know that the opportunities that are coming up.
So if there are opportunities for growth, opportunity for a job, opportunity for job rotation, a job enrichment, anything, it should be known to people. Transparent. That's a good practice. Wonderful. Any other? So okay, I am coming back to the audience. Any good practice that you have come across which promotes human relations, good human relations? One practice, anybody? Any one practice?
I could implement one practice in my organization.
The Manav,
no, I am from Maruti only, but I am
from you are in Maruti.
earlier company.
Okay.
So there we implemented a gift allowance given to every employee, and he has to physically give a gift to another employee who has cooperated and made it successful.
Wonderful. Okay. So it's a wonderful. It's a gifting culture. I say thank you. You find out somebody else say thank you. You say well done. You find out somebody say well done. It's a gift. Wonderful. Yeah. One practice.
Many companies are having daycare facilities
Daycare.
especially women employees. I think which will make their women employees
Okay.
more engaged.
Daycare facility helps the women employee. But the problem is they want night care, moonlight. Yeah, next.
So one could be connecting them to a purpose, that why they all are doing this.
Is it a question or
Practice connecting all of them to a common purpose.
a common purpose? Okay,
Yes.
connect people to a common purpose is a good practice.
Yes.
Easier said and than done. Any other good practice anyone wants to share? Yeah.
Sir, encouraging a culture of feedback.
Culture of feedback, but उसको हिंदी बताओ ना यार. हाँ? प्रतिक्रिया. प्रतिक्रिया is reaction. हाँ? हाँ? प्रतिपुष्टि. हाँ? पुष्टि तो नहीं है ना? पुष्टि. हाँ, समझ लो. That's it. Very good. The culture of giving and receiving feedback, and it's not giving positive feedback, giving constructive feedback, ability to communicate to the other party something which is not up to your expectation. So that culture, but some people, I'll quote one company without naming them, they use a formula called PSP, small p, capital S, small p. They start the feedback session with a small positive and they pick a big S, specific feedback, and the conversation with a small p. They practice. This is one practice. That is a small p, big S, small p. Yeah. Any other? We'll go to the last slide. Any other practice you want to add? Yeah. Which company? You say how it works. How it works.
Hello? Sir, like we were talking in the lines of recognition and acknowledgement, I would like to cite what our institution does. So on the pages of social media or perhaps in other things also, the organizations can do the same, that we acknowledge somebody if has done something or somebody is from a different background or different culture. So that acknowledgement and to pass that acknowledgement to every stakeholder in the institution is also important.
Acknowledging good work done, they do it in their college. Good thing. See, we all learn, no? Our values are from different sources, no? From our childhood, our family, the schooling, the organizational work, the friends with whom they drinks, and the society at large. No? So from the college they are learning a good practice. When they go to the office company, they will immediately implement this practice, no? Recognizing good work done and with fairness. Wonderful. We'll go to the last thing. Okay. The last thing that I talk to them is we'll talk about competencies. The competencies will be in a rapid forward mode. So because there is what competencies will make a good HR and IR manager succeed in creating, sustaining, leveraging good human relations at the workplace. So what kind of competence is required? So this question is very, very important for the academics, as well for the corporate, as well for the individual. Very important, no? Which competence is required? Okay. So I will go for a rapid round. Shalini.
So empathy.
Empathy, yeah.
Flexibility.
Ranchi. Anybody has picked up these three words? Okay. So empathy, compassion, all three done. Okay. Now the quiz is on. At the end of this rapid round, we'll ask the audience, anybody who has picked up all these traits, we'll give a gift to them. Okay, immediate implementation. Immediate implementation. Okay, so three have gone. Yeah, Sacham.
So mobility of employees.
Ronak. Agility. Hey, you need to shout now because they're not able. No, mic. So take only the two mics. Oh, that's a problem. So then stand up. I tell you. Stand up and keep the mic there because the rapid okay. Right. Next one. Resilience. Next one. Consistency. Strategic approach. Yeah, I hope you are all participating in quiz, no? Okay. Right. Next one. Rapid. Competencies a good HR or IR manager should have so that human relations will be conducive, enabling, all that will happen. Empathy. Actually, somebody said already. Yeah. Empathy, somebody said. Okay. Conflict resolution. Oh, this is the ability to resolve conflict. So, recently I have seen a conflict resolution poster. They were engaging a trainer on conflict resolution. Union and management, they got together and they were discussing conflict resolution. They could not decide on the venue. So the program didn't go. That is the conflict. There was a conflict at the venue itself. So the program didn't happen.
Thought leadership.
Yeah?
Thought leadership.
Thought leadership. The IR manager should be a good thought leader. Good thought. It's a good thought. Cooperation.
Adaptability.
That's very good.
Consistency,
good word.
Great communicator.
Good communicator. See, end of the day, it's communication. Ability to communication. Communication is nothing but are you AI? That means you are like me. That's what communication is about. Are you AI? But actually it's not so. It is receipt, understanding, acceptance, implementation. What if I am saying something, are you receiving it, understanding it, accepting it, implementing it? You say something, I am receiving it, understanding it, accepting it, implementing it. That is are you AI? You become me. Okay, next one.
The ability to take decisions.
Ability to take decision making. They think IR managers have to be more decisive. Okay.
Analytical.
They should be more analytical.
More tech savvy.
More tech savvy.
Optimism. They have to be optimistic.
They should be optimistic that IR will remain, IR will more.
Sir, optimistic in the sense that
positivity. What they mean is positivity. Yeah.
Risk taker.
Risk taking. Okay.
Affirmative.
Okay. That's all. Finish. Yeah. Let's see who can pick up all the traits. Yeah. Affirmative. Yeah. More than 15. More than 13. Anybody more than 13?
Yes, sir.
How many?
Sir, I have to count.
How many found?
Sir,
number.
Wait a second.
18. Which fast? How many? Anybody got more than 12?
Sir, 20.
20. I got 20. Come forward. Come here. Fast. whosoever said 20 come forward. उनको माइक दे सकते हैं?
माइक है सर।
हाँ देंगे ना, हम तो आपसे पूछा नहीं गिफ्ट अनाउंस करते हैं। चलिए मेरा बुक दे दो ना। अरे भाई उनको बाइक दे दो बेटा, फास्ट फास्ट। He said agility is one of the criteria. You should be very agile. Come here. What's your name?
My name is Alka. I am from Army Institute of Management and Technology.
देखो कैसे रास्ता में वो पूरा काम भी खत्म कर रहे हैं। इधर आके बोलना है, इधर आके बोलो। Okay. Just he said 20. Yeah, come on. Very good.
Hello everyone. So first one is affirmative, then agility, then mobility, empathy, resilience, consistent. They should be strategic, conflict resolution, thought leadership, cooperation, adaptability, flexibility, good communicator, ability to make decision, analytical, tech savvy, optimistic, and risk taking. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. That means my panelists made sense to you. What they said has some relevance to you. What they said is practical things. So that's why you could note and you could relate and you want to go and implement in your college. You want to create those competencies in you, and you are in a corporate. You look for these competencies. If you have about 60% ready, 70% ready, you make them more ready in each of the competency. So that was the idea. Now you take your seat. Now they stood up. Somebody told at 2:15 the session will break, and there will be lunch announcement. The group photo might not happen. So that's why they are standing. Yeah, somebody told, come on.
Everybody in a lunch break, photo ले लो।
To go. Oh, the organizer says it's not 2:15, it is 2:05 because boss is rule number 1. Boss is always right. Rule number 2, if you think boss is wrong, go to rule number 1. He said 2:05. Boss says 2:05. So we'll take. I have. You must have observed that I involved the audience throughout the session. At each level we involved. So, but then if there is somebody can wants to ask question. Crisp questions. Anybody will most welcome. Crisp questions. They'll answer. No, any question? Any from anybody? Yes.
I want to ask everybody if you want to explain yourself as managers in one word, what would that one word be?
Okay. You have to explain yourself, a manager, in one word. So, one word, you have to describe you. Yes,
in one word, for me the most important thing is, like I said, fair and just practices. So I
one word.
Fair.
Fair, fair. Fair means Gora. Gori. No. I thought Mera hai. So hair is very unbiased, transparent. Mera.
I would say chameleon. Chameleon.
Chameleon and a positive angle. Chameleon in a positive angle. Very fast adaptability. One word.
Conscientious.
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 Oh, number 1. Oh, consciously, conscientious. Consent. Very good. Yeah.
Empathetic.
Empathic. You are empathetic. Manager.
Having people skills, people's manager.
One word.
The good communicator.
That में dash लगा तो ना हो जाता है.
Communicator.
Communicator. People sensitive. बीच में dash लगा तो one word हो जाएगा.
Communicator.
All covered. Thank you, madam. Good question. Anyone else? Actually, that was not a question. Actually, it is only rigging. Come. Not ragging, rigging.
I just want to ask that why did you choose HR?
Yeah. Why did you choose HR as a curriculum? No, अभी job में नहीं गया. खाली MBA क्यों कर रहे पूछ सकते हैं. Job तो मालूम ही नहीं. Because yesterday I met a mining engineer. He is doing a program called Happy Minds. Mining engineer. What is the company is doing? Happy Minds. So अभी ये लोग HR में आएंगे, you can't guarantee. तो अभी क्यों HR में है बताओ, anybody? She wants to know why you have chosen HR.
So, in my last organization where I work, I realized that the kind of impact that happy and positive employees bring in the organization is really important.
That's important, but why did you choose HR?
Because I wanted to contribute.
You want, she likes doing that job. Making others happy, she likes doing that. Okay, that's it. What, any other questions?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Question.
According to you, what is the most important quality that an employee relation manager should possess?
20 बता दिया, 20 बता दिया. उसका अलावा कुछ बताना बताओ. 20 तो बता दिया. Any other quality one should have? Huh? Listening skill. You didn't listen, I didn't listen, so we should listen. Last question, because organizer said, no.
So today EI is as much important as IQ. So how EI is going to play a key role in IR?
Okay. Does EI have a role in EI? EI is employee relation. EI is emotional. Will it play an important role?
Yes, sir.
Yes, important role. Thank you. They agree. Yeah, next question. Last question. Sorry. Last question. Yeah, this is a very good thing. What do you expect from non-HR means and not anti-HR? They are in other departments. Some people think non-HR means anti-HR. Other departments. Non-HR means other department. What do you expect from them? Yeah, good question. What do you expect from them? They should cooperate in people initiative. Any other? Very good question.
Please communicate your problems openly.
Yeah, be communicative, be open, be transparent. Okay, that's good.
As I already mentioned, that building the culture is not only just the HR's job.
Yeah.
So they should also
So
see that.
all of you are people managers. Implement people practices. Be friendly. Everything you should do. See, every employee asks for only 2 things. Hey, can I say that? Only 2 things, 3 things. Grace, space, peace. That's all. If the manager understands this, employee needs only 3 things. Grace, space and peace. If you can understand, we want all people in all departments to recognize this need. Okay? Right? Finish? Finish. Okay, thank you so much. All questions answered. Now you have to clap for them. How you clap? I tell you. Not different. The clap has to be better than your neighbor's clap. The clap has to be better than your neighbor's clap so that you get energy, hunger, so that you will enjoy the lunch. Okay? So the clap, the characteristic of the clap is it has to be faster, louder and longer than the neighbor's clap. Faster, louder, longer. Clap for the panelists. Doing a good job, say well done, immediate. That's called faster. Not on Diwali day, not how are you on Diwali day. Every day you should do it longer. Louder is if you like somebody, say I like you. Not like father. Father said I like you, but I didn't express. Mother expressed 30 times a day. Who express? That's what they say. When you say louder, longer, faster is sustainability, immediacy. And then people should recognize that you are appreciating them. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I have rarely seen a standing ovation to a student panel. Normally, the students stand up and the audience gives a sitting ovation. But in that way, I said, outstanding panelists, an outstanding way of recognizing their contribution. You are motivated them, you are encouraged them, inspired them. All of them will come to the corporate world and make a dent, make a mark, give an edge, and succeed as great human relations manager. Thank you so much. Over to the organization.
Thank you so much, everyone. What an amazing session.
sit down. We have some announcements. All students, please sit down.
I will request the students to kindly sit down.
All these students, please sit down.
Last row, Madhu sir,
I will request Mr. Rajiv Dubey to join us on stage and felicitate Dr. Jita.
most expensive photographer.
Thank you, sir. To felicitate the students, I would like to call upon stage Mrs. Suparna, Father Marianus, and Mr. Rajesh. Alithia. I will request Mr. Rajiv Dubey, Mr. Siddiqui and Mr. Nathan to join us on the stage for a group photograph.
So thank you. We come to the end of the session for delegates. And before I end, I would like to say that there will be a lunch. After lunch, the student and faculty are requested to stay back because one of the important part of this today's session is the mentoring for students. And that's why we have 125 students from 7-8 colleges which have come today to benefit from the session. And for that I will request Salil Lal, Dharm Rakshit, Lipika, if you can stay back for some time after lunch. Ratan, Varinder Verma Sahab, if you can stay back after the lunch so that the student community can benefit from your mentoring session. That will be a quick 30-40 minutes. Even Anil, if you can stay back for the students, so that would be great. Of course, Siddiqui Sahab and Mr. Rajiv Dubey all will be there, even Mr. G.P. Rao. And before I end, I would like to thank all the audience which came today. And this was something we never expected that we'll have more than 300 people turning out today. And this is highly commendable. and this is after the pandemic that we have gone physical. So my compliment and thanks to first of all NHRDN, which really helped us, Maruti Suzuki, which is always been sponsoring our program, and of course XISS Ranchi, which has been a great supporter for our program. And I would also like to especially thank everybody who worked behind the scene to make this possible. Of course, a special thanks to Siddiqui sir and GP Rao sir, Dwarka sir, who have helped us, including Upal Sang, to make this program successful today. And of course, behind the scene, we have people like team like Ladli and Christian and Saurabh. Everybody put in hard work to ensure that the program today is a success. So thanks a lot, and this is a rotational program, so definitely this is going to continue. We have reached 10 years this time, and 10-year display of the pictures of 10 years is outside in the reception area. Those who have not seen, I would definitely request them to go and at least click a picture there. And we have also this video which we will be uploading on the website. So the website of the trust is awanishdev.com. So all pictures, all details are there on the site, and our book which we have launched today will be available online, as I said, on Amazon and Flipkart and many other Snapdeal. So it will be available online, and it will be available in various stores, almost 1500 stores across the country. So please benefit from that book. The proceeds of the book will go for charitable work of the trust. So thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Thanks a lot. Please join for the lunch. Thanks a lot.